So, Dev, my plan is I'm going to set an alarm for like 9:45, and then I'll just come down.
We'll probably be done. Well,
You got to go that long.
I'll try to. Okay.
You can't be done. You gotta go that long.
Will happen.
We have a schedule.
I can make it work.
Will happen.
That's
Don't worry, we're gonna get to one right away. Don't you
not
worry.
an option. All right.
Tangent time.
This is a run out the clock situation.
There we go. Got it.
All right, you guys are live. I'm gonna wait for Rebecca to hit the raid, I guess.
This Xbox light in the background there, Donnie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that.
No.
I knew that would get that reaction. I knew that would get that reaction.
I'd prefer the symbols, but the good old PlayStation symbols. But
Yeah, I need those in my life. I can't wait to put this desk up.
I got
so
the
can
other
really see
Xbox
how
light
it
over
looks
there.
background.
It backdrops my controllers. I got all this stuff. I got my
I gotta go let my dog down here before he freaks out.
controller stands. These things are fucking
Oh,
awesome. Look at this. And then
They don't charge the controller.
you got this little thing.
There's no
I
charging
mean-
going on.
I mean, you've got the Kate edition controller. Heck yeah.
I mean, batteries, man. Like, who needs it? It charges. We're good. I don't need a stand that
Who
can
wants to
charge us.
replace batteries? This will replace batteries. Who wants that hassle? Take it apart, take them out, put them in. Nah.
Donnie,
Drop
what
it
you
on
eating?
the dock.
I ran to get Zaxby's in between talking to my boss about all the shit that's been going on at work today, and then running back
Zaxby's.
here to be here to produce your show. That's been my day.
I don't know what Zaxby's is, but I hope you're enjoying it.
I don't
Neither-
even like
neither do I.
Zaxby's.
Really?
I kind of hate Zaxby's.
Is it like a Hardee's? What is a Zaxby's?
It's chicken, right?
It's a chicken place, yeah.
Chicken place?
Oh,
Yeah.
No, okay. Chicken's good.
I mean, that's.
I don't
what
think
they
it
have
has
in
like an
Atlanta.
equivalent. Really, there's nothing like
I mean,
Zaxby's.
If it helps, we don't have anything like that up here. We don't even have like
Bojangles is like
Carl.
completely different.
we don't even have Bojangles up here.
Bojangles is more like KFC.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Buttery biscuits is literally all I remember Gabe saying about Bojangles.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Gabe
good.
and Tim.
forgot about
I've
that.
only ever seen one, and that was in the airport.
Yeah, me too. I got it though. It was good. It was fine.
I've never been to an airport, so
We need to fix that. We need to
Do
fix
you guys
that.
have chat up? No.
I have it up, yeah.
Good. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Kato. Yeah, I have it up.
Very good. We can wait for the raid,
Wait,
or I can just
who's-
let you
who's
guys.
hosting it?
I can let you guys go. Whatever you guys want to do.
We can go. We can go. Just give me the countdown.
Well, your intro video is forever long, so let's go ahead and get that going.
Log in.
PlayStation
Welcome to the land of long live play, where greatness is always waiting. Welcome to the PlayStation Experience. It is I, your boy, Dat Ninja Dev, and joining us is an oldie but goodie, Mr. Justin J. Picky Picker. What's good, bruh?
What's
How you
going
been?
on, Dev? How you doing?
You know, same stuff, different day.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
living the dream out here on the West Coast, you know.
2021 about to be the same or worse than 2020. So you know how it's going.
is definitely coming in hot.
I mean, when you look at the per day average, I think 2021 might be worse off so far.
Absolutely. I think we hit over 1 million cases in Cali
Yes,
today.
yeah, Cali's not a good place to be right now.
We just enacted a second stay-at-home order on top of the first one from December 24th.
Yep.
So it's a stay-at-home order. We don't adhere to those here.
Yeah.
Nobody adheres to them, and that's the problem.
It is definitely part of that problem. The other voice you heard and see, because we're live, is Miss Haley Nicole Miller, the Platinum Princess. How goes it up in Canada, and why is there no rum in your Coke?
Because I hardly drink, even though I continuously buy alcohol whenever I can. I have a bunch of it sitting in my fridge or on my counter, and I literally just don't drink it. It's a problem. That's why I don't have rum. I have Jack Daniels or vodka, neither of which I feel like putting in my Coke. Thank you.
Either of those would be fine choices. Vodka, not so much.
I
No,
Jack,
if I'm
you can use Jack
putting
and Coke.
you can, except I prefer Dr. Pepper and Jack. I just don't have any Dr.
Pepper.
Well,
Stop
I
buying
mean,
Coke.
well, when the grocery store only sells cans of Coke or Pepsi in 24 packs, I'm not.
What is going on here? You don't have.
Nathan says he has a lot of alcohol too.
You don't have webcams. What is going on in Canada? You guys are just missing everything at this point.
I mean, if I'm
Popeyes,
adding vodka to anything, it's lemonade because that's tasty. So
yes, that is true. That is true. I would like some of that tonight. Maybe when we're done here, I might make myself a beverage because it's been a long day. Nate did not like the vodka lemonade. He's like, nah. But Nate has a very, very fine taste for the alcohols.
I mean, yeah.
I need a beverage.
Come on, man. I'm the only one that came prepared tonight.
I mean, I
called
could
me
go.
up and say, all right, we're doing a nighttime PSXP.
It's not nighttime for me.
Sunglasses at night.
Yep. And Delvin's out. Justin's in. I mean, come on. If ever there was a time.
5:00. I just was outside with my son. I didn't even have time to get a beverage. So,
I mean,
I failed you, Justin, and for that I apologize.
Me and Haley can riff for as long as you need. All right. If you need to go get yourself a beverage, just let us know.
You know what? I'm gonna go grab a beer.
All right. That's what I'm talking about. That's right. That's what I'm talking about.
You know what?
Just already off the rails.
Because you're here. It's a special occasion.
That's right. I love it. I'm loving the energy in here right now. Haley, what's going on?
I was watching Ray, your favorite streamers, Ray Narvaez Jr. He uploaded his full playthrough of the Scott Pilgrim re-release on YouTube, and he's got some great farming tactics for making the game way easier than it is when you're trying to start it from the beginning. Because I've
never played Scott Pilgrim, the game, anyways.
No, yeah, it's just like a standard like side scroller beat 'em up. But the thing is that it's based on like River City Girls.
Oh yeah.
So like it's extremely difficult for no reason at all. Until you like level up your character, right? So it's just I was watching him play that earlier today before I passed out.
What are we talking about here? Who played what now?
I was watching Rainer.
She was talking about Scott Pilgrim. Watching someone play the new Scott Pilgrim remaster. Is it a remaster or I don't know. I don't know what to call it. Ultimate Collection, something like that.
It is a remaster, right?
Yeah, I think so.
She's having technical difficulties.
I mean,
so
I'm
I have
back
a
now.
peanut butter milk stout, Belching Beaver peanut butter milk stout.
I love it.
Yeah.
Am I back?
You're back. Haley's back. We're good to go.
I don't even know what happened there. It was like 2 seconds.
Canada, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, shouldn't be with my connection, but whatever.
Canada, you know. What are you going to do?
Right, so, was everybody even acting?
Yeah.
What have you been playing, Haley? What have you been playing since we last spoke?
Well, I finished Cyberpunk.
Oh.
When you say finish, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I got all 4 endings.
Oh, That's too much. That's too much
Wow.
cyberpunk.
That's a lot.
Well, no, because essentially what happens is the game puts you. There's no free roam after the final mission. So like you finish the final mission and then the game asks, "Hey, do you want to do another job?" And if you hit sure one more gig, it puts you back before the final mission. So you can just replay the final mission to get the different endings.
Oh, that's not bad.
Instead of having to do 4 different playthroughs. Now, there's caveats to this because I only got the 4 endings because I wanted the trophies because I'm going to try and platinum it because I only have like 9 trophies left. The thing is, though, is that 2 of the endings are related to not failing side quest chains. Actually, 3 of them are. One of them requires you not to fail Pan Am's side quest, though to do that, you essentially have to do it on purpose, because that's, like, the point of Pan Am side quest is, like, hey, you can't really fail this. Unless you deliberately, like, do this, and this to fail it, you have to deliberately do that. Then you need to not fail to get the star ending, essentially. I'm not going to spoil that for anybody, even though, like, Cyberpunk's still fresh in people. Some people want to take their time with it. I put about 60 hours into it at this point. I'll only mention the endings by name. So to get the star ending, you need to have completed Pan Am's side quest. To get the sun ending, you need to have completed Rogue's side quest, which is not dependent on something you do with Rogue, but dependent on a conversation you have with Johnny Silverhand. And if you screw that conversation up, that ending is locked out. Because you won't get Rogue's second side quest. Which is weird, considering it's not related to the character. And then the other one that's related to a side quest chain is the Devil. And that one you need to... Yeah, they're all based on tarot cards. That's what the endings are based on. The Devil is... You can get that ending if you don't complete the side thing. You'll only get the trophy if you make sure a specific character is alive, and the game does not give you an objective to even try and save that person. Literally, it's something you have to figure out on your own.
I'm going to make a hard stance here right now and just say that this is why trophies are horrible.
I trophy hunt. So, I mean, I was following a guide to make sure that I got that specific thing, so I didn't have to replay a whole thing. But I'd already beaten the game. I'd already beaten the game by gotten to that mission, and I knew it was a point where, like, hey, make a save in case you don't save the character. And I did it first try anyways, but so that happens. And then, like, essentially, like, it's your, hey, one more gig. The thing is I've gotten all the endings, and I can still replay the final mission. I don't know why I'd want to go do that again, because real take, the only good ending for this game is the star. The other ones all suck. But, I mean, that's the genre in general.
It's Cyberpunk. It's broken. That's why you can still play the last ending or the last mission.
I mean, sure, but all I have left to do trophy-related is complete all... gigs, which are those stupid phone calls that never stop. And NCPD scanner hustles, which is not punk at all, but all right. And
so then here's the real question: once you have the platinum, are you going to play it again once it comes to PS5?
I mean, I'll probably play it to see what the difference is, but that auto jock trophy, no, I'm not doing that again. I had to use a glitch to get enough money to get. So there's a trophy in the game for unlocking all cars, which you have to purchase. You need about 1.8 million euro dollars to even do that. And by completing all gigs, all NCPD scanner hustles, stuff like that, you don't even get close to 1 million. You literally need to use a glitch to do this trophy properly. That sucks. By the time the PS5 version comes out in late 2021, that glitch will probably be fixed. So yeah.
Well, maybe as soon as you play the game or upload it, you just get all the trophies like they've been doing.
I mean, I know that's gonna happen with Hitman 3 on Wednesday, because there's an access path or whatever that, like, transitions your save data from Hitman 2 over. So that'll be nice. And then last time we recorded last week, I mentioned I was on season 9 of Criminal Minds. I'm on season 11 now.
Wow. Apparently, Criminal Minds is the most watched show in all of 2020. It was like 3.5 billion hours that show has been watched.
I mean, that makes
I saw
sense.
that tweeted out today.
That makes sense
That's
because
crazy.
it was the final season last year. So
Wow.
I mean, the show started
I've never
from
seen a single episode.
I mean,
I've never seen a single episode either, so I can't
follows
judge.
the FBI's behavioral analysis unit, and it's great. So
After hearing all that, Justin, are you going to play Cyberpunk to completion?
I really, really want to, but I think I've got the same problem that you've got, that it just didn't look or feel the way I wanted it to when I booted it up. And I think the PS5 update will help a little bit with that.
I mean, let me put it this way: the game still crashes once every 2 hours.
Yeah,
Without fail, it does not matter what you are doing. The game will crash once every 2 hours.
Yeah, that's a hard night for me then.
But a big patch is coming within 10 days, guys.
Another one next month. Then
if it's not the next gen patch, I don't care.
That apology video was bogus.
It was weird, for sure.
It was terrible.
Oh, and then also, like, Jason Schreier's article came out, and then the CEO of the studio came out, like, arguing. Like, you can tell that their PR team did not handle any of that, because he's literally out on Twitter, like, posting rebuttals to Jason Schreier, but none of it's about crunch or, like, how the team, like, he's still throwing the team under the bus. Like, yes, continue to throw your devs under the bus. Like, yeah.
Yeah. It's just... That whole thing is just a complete mess. I don't know if CD Projekt Red recovers from this. Like,
I don't know.
I don't even know.
I mean, they already did, though. That's the problem. They already made their money and ran with it.
I don't mean recover financially. I mean recovery from just like the mind share.
Yeah. Well,
how people feel about.
See, here's the thing, though. They already have an instant win coming this year, because not only is the PS5 version of the Cyberpunk coming, there's a free next-gen upgrade, no matter what platform you're on, of The Witcher 3.
We'll see how that works and if people even care.
I mean, yeah, I mean that's cool, but I really don't care.
It's just like, I think their goodwill is just they've lost a lot of that, and I just wonder if even with the next-gen versions coming, if they even come this year, because there's still the possibility that they get pushed into 2022, and with all of that, like how much effort are you really putting into The Witcher 3 when Cyberpunk is still a flaming garbage heap? So I'm just wondering how far out did that stuff get pushed, and if they get pushed out, does that further dwindle all the goodwill that CD Projekt Red has? It'll be really interesting to see.
It'll be interesting to see, but the thing is I don't think the Cyberpunk stuff would affect The Witcher anyways, because The Witcher is just a port. Like, they're not doing anything except adding 4K textures to it.
Yeah, see, that is anybody really going to care about that much? I feel like you want like a real rebound.
People are upset with Witcher 3, so probably.
I mean, The Witcher 3 is one of my favorite games of all time. So yes,
wait until a Jason Schreier article comes out that says that they had to also do a crap load of crunch for for Witcher 3.
I mean, they did a bunch of crunch for Witcher 3. That's been known for years.
Talking about more crunch for Witcher 3.
Just for
next in for their patch. It's just like this never-ending cycle of CDPR. Just
Nathan says Witcher 3 is the game of the generation.
I don't
know about that, but
I mean, it's a very good game, but also like game of the generation is subjective to each person. So I kind of agree with Nate, but I also don't. Also, for reference, in case anyone's wondering, I don't have chat open, so I don't know what anybody's saying.
Fail.
I mean, I had connection issues just talking to you, so...
This is true.
Yeah, that's true. What have I been playing? So I've been playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Nice. I'm wearing my Valhalla shirt.
Yep. Which I love so much about the game. I love the atmosphere. I love the Vikings. I love the combat. I love that Ubisoft just
Jank.
that the jank's all right. Well, some of it is like it when you waste like 15 minutes on or 20 minutes on a quest line that like just fails and there's nothing you can do about it. Like that sucks.
Oh, are you talking about the world events?
No, I had one of the Yuletide quests.
Oh, that stuff was so broken. And by the
Yeah.
way, the Yuletide brawl was what caused the drunk glitch for anybody who did it.
Oh, was
After
it?
you did it, you would literally spawn in drunk
makes sense.
regardless. Do you
That
know
is
what I
exactly-
didn't
that
do, which
lines
is
up.
why I didn't encounter that glitch? I didn't do any of the Yule stuff because it was boring.
Yeah. I don't know why I did it. I did, and I regret it. But I like so much about it. I just wish the game wasn't so long because
Oh no, give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me.
No, dude, you gotta shorten that. At least give me the option to finish the story faster, because like I'm really interested in the story. But like even the story is like drawn out. It's like, all right, you go help capture a town, and then she's like, all right, you gotta do a mission with all 3 of my advisors, and it's like, all right, and then I can get your help. And she's like, well, yeah, maybe, or whatever. You know, it's like
I know exactly which quest line you're on, and that's one of the.
It's an early on one, and it's
yeah,
good.
It's the one. Okay, as best as I can say without spoiling anything. In case anyone considers this a spoiler, I am giving you a warning. Considering I got yelled at last week. So, if you do not want to hear this, maybe fast forward by 30 seconds. It's the one where you have to choose who's.
What about the 16 people watching live, Haley? You're really just not
Game's been out since November. I gave a warning. I did my job. Okay. It's the one where you have to choose. It's the one where you have to decide who betrayed, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Which I thought that was awesome. I obviously don't know where it goes from there. I'm assuming that it comes back around that decision, but
I don't know. But honestly, I think I got the right answer anyways, so I don't really know.
Maybe I did then too. I don't know. I kind of just winged it because I was like, oh, this guy seems like a douche, so he's got to be.
From what I know, if you pick the wrong answer, you will find out later that like the person, the person that you didn't accuse tried to go back and do it again. I don't know.
Here's the deal. That works. I might not find out because I'm kind of just getting burnt out on the game because I just want to rush through the story and I can't do that. So,
I mean, you can. You just be woefully underpowered and probably get frustrated because the combat would become Dark Souls like.
Unless you're just really good at games.
Yeah.
Pardon?
So unless you're just really good. If you're really good, then power through.
Which I mean,
so for reference, I also played a little bit of Valhalla this week. I went and I unlocked Thor's helmet, which is nice. Does it have
like the wings on it?
Yeah. There's an actual like achievement related to it, which requires you to
of course
defeat the 3 sisters of Lyrian. But they're fun boss encounters, anyways. But anyways, I'm power level 212, or I was when I beat the last daughter of Lyrian I needed. So essentially, you fight all 3 of them, and then you get items from them that allow you to unlock the chest that the helmet's in. But the last daughter of Lyrian I fought was power level 340. I was 212. That was a tough fight, but I did it.
There you go. So basically, what she's saying is just you got to get
power through. Is what you're saying? Absolutely.
I mean, you can, as long as you're like attacking weak points and being smart about dodging. It doesn't matter what your power level is in the game. You can literally brute force your way through the entire game if you're not level enough. It just becomes more difficult.
Yeah, 15-minute boss fights doing 7 damage each hit.
No, you still do like your full damage. It just does like less of the health.
Have so much damage that or health. It's a good game. I just don't. Maybe Assassin's Creed games aren't for me because they are so long, and the problem is I like doing the side stuff. I want to learn all about the Assassin's Creed Syndicate stuff or whatever. I want to do those missions, but I just don't have the time. I just like I figured it'd probably be at least June, July if I didn't play anything else.
Once the first DLC pack's coming out, and then we're going to Ireland. Hell yeah!
Yeah, the setting's so cool, but I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. I'll probably will play it here and there, and then just I'm still grinding on Warzone like every night. I'm just addicted to that game. I've been a Call of Duty player for the last 10 years, but something about Warzone and Cold War is good too, multiplayer, but Warzone's just got me.
That's surprising.
You are definitely our resident Call of Duty player for sure.
It's surprising that you like Cold War, because from everybody I know that likes Call of Duty, they've all said that Cold War's multiplayer is atrocious.
Oh, they're just being bitches. So they don't know they're
all right then. I can't dispute because I haven't played Cold War and have no intention to. Again, it's still weird that Ronald Reagan will respect your pronouns, but in real life, he absolutely would not do that.
Yeah, that is weird. I can't believe they included him at all. But the campaign is really good too. But Call of Duty multiplayer it is what it is. They've just hit something with Warzone that you can't. I think they are the best. I think they're the best battle royale game right now. All Fortnite and Apex are right there, right alongside. Those are the 3 top ones right now, and they're all a lot of fun.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot of friends that are still playing plenty of Warzone, and every time they dip away for a minute, they always seem to get sucked back into it. So I mean, it definitely is hitting that sweet spot that people are really enjoying. So hats off to them. They've created something that has lasting power, staying power in the war that is battle royale game. So
yeah,
hats
crazy.
off to them for that.
I mean, they're competing with Fortnite, which brought the Mandalorian in this season.
Oh yeah, I think Fortnite is still the most popular battle royale
by far.
It's crazy.
I think it's the most accessible. It's very accessible. Like anybody can jump into it. You're playing bots for a while.
I haven't played in
Warzone. You can get murked in a quick second. So
yeah, I wouldn't want to jump into Warzone as a newbie.
Yeah, no, thank you.
What you been playing, Dev?
I have been playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
Hell yeah,
that's what I've been playing. I've had that itch. Like I was playing Ghost of Tsushima for a minute because I've just had the combat itch from those type of games, and so I was like, let's see how Fallen Order actually runs on the PS5, just because why not? And I started playing it right before the patch hit that actually up-resed it and also gave it the better frame rate. And I mean it's a big difference because it sounded like it looked like real janky before the patch. You had a lot of resolution that just wasn't great. You had a lot of the stutters, so a lot of the same stuff that was persistent on the console version before the patch. And once they patched it, it smoothed it all out. It looked a lot better in terms of resolution when it actually just hit that's just straight 1200 resolution, 1200p, and then the 60 frames up from 45 also makes a pretty big significant difference, especially when fighting, because I was noticing that like a lot of my parries and my dodges were just off because the frame rate was so bad. Like it was hard to time all that stuff properly. And once they smoothed out to 60, it made it so much easier as far as the combat was concerned. But I am really, really digging the game still. I love it. I'm playing it on hard. It's fun. It's just I love the world, the sound, everything about it. It just feels good to be in that Star Wars world, especially with the end of Mandalorian and just all the stuff that we've got announced for Star Wars. It's just good to be back in that world again.
You should probably give Dark Souls a try, or sorry, Demon Souls.
See, here's the thing. It's not just the combat. It's also just the game space. Like I don't want to play in that world. Like. Nothing about the Demon Souls or any of the Dark Souls worlds actually make me want to play in them. Like I love the Star Wars, like the world. I love Ghost of Tsushima, what they did with their world. Like that invites me and wants me to play. Nothing about Demon Souls and Dark Souls.
Categorically, remember that Jedi Fallen Order is what made me watch the original trilogy. So,
I mean, it's the best Star Wars game. I mean, at least in a very long time.
And I'm very excited for the sequel that I know we're gonna get. So,
yes, the news of Ubisoft making an open world game is just like, mwah, love it. That's perfect news.
I mean, Star Wars Assassin's Creed.
No,
Star Wars Division.
Star Wars Division. Yeah,
that is one game I will spend 70, 100 hours in. I don't care.
I like when that news came out and Paul Tassi tweeted, "Well, I guess the Division 3 is dead," and I was like, "Well, I mean, after what happened in the Capitol, that's probably a good thing at this point."
That's a really good point.
I
don't really need another game about overthrowing or trying to save people from overthrowing the government.
I mean, I love the Division as a series, but also like real world events have kind of made it so that that game is like not a good idea at this point.
No, I love that it's that studio that's making it because I'm sure it'll be really good. So,
and also the same studio that's working on the open world Star Wars game is also working on an Avatar James Cameron game. Although who wants that, and I don't know why.
No one wants it. Get it out of here.
Let's go ahead and shelve that, and let's finish this game. And then we need somebody to make 1313. That's all I really want.
I mean, really,
I don't care if it's dead. I don't care.
I wasn't gonna say it was dead. I was like, realistically, you need someone to get Amy Hennig back.
Well, she wasn't in charge of 1313. 1313 was something before that. That was before LucasArts got canned the first time. So after Mando, I would love a bounty hunter game set in the Star Wars underbelly. It'd be great.
I mean, that's probably what this new massive Star Wars
that
game
would be
is.
cool.
Because I mean, that's probably your best bet for their gameplay style, right? Like
blasters, yeah. I mean, and plus Star Wars is always really good when you're not including Jedi. Like that, it's such a rich world. Like you don't have to. Everything doesn't have to be about Jedi. So there's plenty in the Star Wars universe.
Regardless, it's going to be at least 2023 before we even see this new massive game.
This is true.
Which is when the EA exclusivity deal ends anyways. So
yeah. Oh, EA. I still need Respawn to go ahead and make me a Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order 2.
I mean, we're going to get that. They've pretty much like...
No, I need them to go ahead and announce that they're actually working on it and say, hey, this is coming in 2023 or whatever. I want it to happen.
It'll probably be announced later this year, realistically.
Yeah, that would be nice because, man, that game is so much fun. But yeah, that's all I've been playing.
Give me more Cal Kestis, thank you. Give it.
Indeed.
Cameron Monaghan is so good in that game. Also, like, if anyone here, I mean, I know you don't give a flying rat's ass about DC, but he's very good as the Joker on Gotham as well.
He's Ian. He will always be Ian.
I have never watched Shameless, so I do not. I do not have any information on his role in that show. I know him from Gotham, and I know him from Star Wars.
He's great in Shameless. He is bipolar. He's gay. He's freaking awesome in Shameless. He's a great. Oh my god, it's so much fun, and it's so funny because my wife is a big Shameless fan, so she's watching me play Fallen Order, and it looks just like it's Ian. So it's just like it's just weird. It's good to watch her see that and be like, it's just a weird place to see this character from Shameless as a Jedi for her. It is really funny, but I'm enjoying it. The kids actually like watching me play it too, which is cool. This is the first time they've actually ever like sat down and watched me play a game. So it was really interesting. Like my son was like super excited. He's like, "Oh, you playing Star Wars? I'm gonna come sit down in your lap." And he would just sit there and he would just ask me about all the characters, and then he'll go make his toys. Like he'll play with his toys and he'll make one of them like the Black Jedi with the purple, or the black. That's what he called them, the Black Jedi with the purple that you were fighting.
Mace Windu.
No, he's talking about the troopers that have the purple batons. So that's what.
Okay.
Let me go make those, and he's like, "I'm gonna make the stormtroopers," and he'll make them.
It's just you said Jedi, right? Like, so I thought
that's what he calls them. He just says the Black Jedi with the batons. He don't know any better.
See, that's why I defaulted to Mace Windu.
Does he know Mace Windu?
He doesn't know who Mace Windu is. He doesn't have enough of an attention span to sit through a Star Wars movie, so he's only ever seen bits and pieces, and he knows that he's afraid of Jabba the Hutt.
I barely have enough.
I mean, realistically, who is not afraid of Jabba the Hutt? Like,
Jabba's dead. Nobody's worried about that dude.
He's fat.
Anytime a Star Wars movie is on, he'll come in. He'll be like, "Is that Jabba?" And if it is, he just runs away screaming. It's hilarious. Like my wife was watching it because it came on. Like they did like a marathon where they were showing the movies. He came in, and he was like, "Is this Jabba the Hutt?" My wife was like, "Yeah, this is Return of the Jedi." He was like, and just took off running. It was so funny.
That reminds me of a scene from like Doctor Who with the 10th Doctor where he's got a gun pointed at his head and it's like he's like, can you put the gun down, please? And the woman who's holding the gun is like, you'd like that, wouldn't you? And he just responds, can you find me someone who wouldn't?
Jabba. All right, so I mean, it's great, and we've got a lot of Star Wars coming, so I'm very happy.
Well, I mean, if you want to hear more about Star Wars and hear two white guys talk about Star Wars like you haven't heard that a million times before, I mean, the latest episode of That's Entertaining with me and Nathan, people should check it out.
There it is.
Star Wars talk.
That's entertaining. Me and Nate were talking about we need to have a That's Entertaining game tech meetup where we bring on Henry Cavill and call it a day.
Yeah.
if you could get past his his rep.
Look, man, look, let's play some World of Warcraft and build a PC. I know he'll be down for that. He'd be like,
you think his rep knows about him posting weird PC building videos? No?
Yeah, absolutely his rep does. I guarantee you everything that man does, his rep knows about.
Listen, if we need to do if I need to get sweaty putting together a PC or something with Henry Cavill, I'm down.
Wait.
Hey,
Why sweaty? Why was sweaty the first thing you went to?
Well, it's Henry Cavill, man. He's sweating. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about?
He's a large man. He's swole. He's the Witcher. He's Superman. We're getting sweaty. It is what it is. We're putting together PC parts. Have you seen the size of 3080? That thing is heavy. That's a workout.
What about a 3090?
See?
True. Yeah.
See, you're shooting big. You're shooting for the moon here. Right? I'm trying to be decent with this 3080 here. I'm trying to just lift the bar. You're throwing 45 plates on.
I mean, he's rich. He can probably afford the 3090.
I'm sure he can. But can he find one?
Probably. I mean, it's not like he probably just goes, hey, I want one. And they're like, here you go.
He probably got sent one, honestly, after that video.
More than likely. But yeah, we can build you a PC, Justin. You already know.
I know. Well, wait. Let's see if we get that $1,400 stimulus. Maybe tax money. Stuff's coming in. We'll see.
Yeah. Oh man, if we get that stimulus, I'm gonna have some more PC stuff.
You already have enough.
It's never enough. It's a never-ending rabbit hole.
You guys all have a sickness.
It is. It's bad. All right. So we got a couple of questions. So let's get into them. They're both for Delvin, basically, but I don't care.
I mean, I like DC too. So like,
I was gonna say, I think Haley can pull this one because me and you are gonna.
That's exactly why we're still going it. So, PSVG Kevin, good old Kev. He asks, we've had the discussion a bunch of times around if PSVG was in the MCU, who would everyone be? He would like us to discuss what superheroes the folks in PSVG would be and why in the DC universe. I have no freaking clue because I don't pay enough attention to DC, nor do I care. DC is trash. You've heard me say it many times. But Haley, you love the DC, so take it away.
I do.
Who is everybody?
Well, first of all, you're probably going to be confused by this answer, but you categorically are almost certainly Batman.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean,
you literally have this like take no shit attitude, which is definitely like Batman.
And he's got the technology unlocked. He's a game tech host.
Yeah. Justin over there is probably closer to a Plastic Man.
I don't know what does Plastic Man do?
Literally stretches and can contort his body into a bunch of different shapes.
I mean, so he's wait. So he's Mr. Fantastic.
Why? Technically, no. Like his body consistency is literally plastic. Why? Because that's literally like
Books.
no, because he's a sarcastic character, and that's kind of you.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay.
Donnie, the Joker, not a hero at all.
Anti-hero.
I mean, that makes sense because
whatever.
we're constantly going back and forth. Yeah, I can see that.
But also because Donnie likes Xbox and Xbox is green, so it also fits with
There you go.
that.
Donnie likes deals. It's not even so much that Donnie likes Xbox. It's just where his deals are. And he's like, this is a great deal. So I'm
The
gonna roll with
man
that.
has a gift that says Donnie Reese got me to buy Game Pass in all green lettering. So yeah.
If Game Pass was on any platform, he'd have it. It has nothing to do with it being on Xbox. He loves Game Pass because it's the greatest deal on earth, according to him.
Fair enough. I can't think of characters for anybody else. We
You
all
gotta
know
give
who
one
I'm-
to Delvin. You know he's not here.
You gotta give at least one to Delvin and Kevin.
Delvin. Huh. This is a hard one to think of, but you know what? I don't even think Delvin gets to be a hero. Delvin's
He's a villain?
No, Delvin's gonna be a vigilante.
Oh.
Delvin gets to be Wildcat.
I was okay. So Nathan in chat just said Delvin is Flash. I was kind of thinking the same thing. He's kind of everywhere, doing everything. He's funny. He's goofy. I feel like Delvin is definitely Flash.
I mean, that's fair. Delvin fits Wildcat to a T.
Who's Wildcat?
A vigilante who trains in Starling City. The same city as Green Arrow.
Yeah. I don't know. What we got? We got.
I don't know.
At least
Pardon?
at least give the Justice League characters to someone in PSVG. So you got the Flash. You got
I'm
Aquaman.
categorically Supergirl. So
yes, yep. That's fair. Who's Aquaman? We got Kevin.
No one.
Who's the
Aquaman's
most useless character?
No one. Aquaman is a terrible fucking character.
So
who's useless?
Kevin.
Kevin is not useless. No.
I feel like Kevin might be like Green Lantern or something.
Kevin fits Green Lantern. Actually, Kevin fits Guy Gardner. So great, which is
Who is Guy Gardner?
There are like 3 different Earth-based Green Lanterns. There's Hal Jordan, John Stewart, and Guy Gardner. Actually, there's 4 now. There's Jessica Cruz as well. So,
Chat is saying Aquaman is fun, but I don't believe it.
I mean, the movie is fun, but Aquaman as a character is not. He's useless.
He talks
Literally.
fish. What are you gonna do with that? At least Namor in Marvel actually has some powers, you know. Aquaman.
Well, we gotta give someone the Superman moniker of PSVG.
No,
Who's the
we
Superman?
don't. I'm already Supergirl, so
Trying to think. Superman is tough because you got to have somebody who's just got. You know what? Coach may hate me for this, but I feel like Coach is probably the closest thing to Superman we got because dude is just a good person all
There you go.
around.
Yeah.
That's
always
good.
yeah, you know what? That works.
The
That
best
works.
for everybody. Coach is Superman, hands down. You know, it is what it is. That's why I keep telling him he's Captain America. As much as he wants to be Hulk, Coach is Captain America.
Yeah, Captain America and Superman are literally polar opposites of each other. So, and by polar opposites, before anyone gets that meaning confused, they're the same character in different universes, but like their strengths and whatnot are.
Thanks for clarifying that very confusing comic book crap.
I mean, Delvin's not here, so someone's got to clarify.
Comic books be comic booking, you know?
Yeah, pretty much. Nathan said
yeah.
Wonder Woman is Elaine, which makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I got nothing else because I don't know enough.
I got nothing else either. But also because I really don't interact with everyone as much as I'd like to, so I can't fit them that way.
We will definitely revisit this for you, Kevin, when Delvin is here. and I'll just sit back and let Delvin and Haley go back and forth constantly because I got nothing.
I'm looking up Plastic Man right now, and he's literally got shades on, so I love it.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
There you go.
Yeah.
He's also doing some weird stuff.
Yeah.
I'm
Plastic
not.
Man is such a weird character.
Yeah, dude, this is getting weird.
Yeah.
But I'm for it. Just because he's got the shades
Oh,
on.
there it is. You and them shades, I love it. You are totally in character. Oh man,
Exactly. Didn't even know it.
it's the best. All right, let's get into some news. So Haley, what you got for us?
Whoa, we're not even gonna answer part 2, the question 2.
I don't know who Joe Dunn is. Who is Joe Dunn?
I don't know either, but Joe Dunn died, so
Joseph Dunn is the
Paul
attorney for General Motors, according to his LinkedIn profile. Clearly. Since that's the first link that comes up under Joe Dunn.
Delvin, if you're out there, who killed Joe Dunn?
Who's
I
Joe
have
Dunn?
no idea. I don't even know who Joe Dunn is.
I'm gonna look up
But
Joe
Paul
Dunn.
Calicote would like to know.
actually, wait, hold on. Let me Google this question. Maybe that'll get an answer.
Wait. Oh. The first art thing that came up, the Florida Trailblazer, Joe Dunn explores cracker culture.
Oh
What
my
is going
God.
on?
Florida going Florida. Just like
I
Florida
mean-
going Florida, but
Dude,
Florida
this
going
is
Florida.
on, this is
Okay,
on
so
the Visit Florida homepage. Like, this is like a government website. This is crazy.
I googled who killed Joe Dunn, and Google went Adam Sandler.
All I heard is Adam Sandler.
Oh, okay. I just put it in, and it's something from Black Sad. That was one of those random games Delvin was playing because Delvin plays everything.
Okay, well, I googled this question and it gave me a link to like fallen deputy Joe Dunn honored, but it tells you who killed him and it's Adam Sanchez Jr.
Wow. That's weird because I Googled it and I said, who killed Joe Dunn? And it comes up, the first thing is Black Sad Under the Skin. So, yeah, it was whatever random game Delvin played because, you know,
Here.
Delvin played a little bit of everything.
Dev, I know we're not recording through that means right now, but like I'm gonna link it to you in the Discord so you know like exactly what came up.
Google in Canada is different.
Apparently.
I got some weird results. I'm getting weird Florida results about murder and crackers and just Florida gonna be Florida.
That's so crazy. We Googled the exact same thing and got two totally different responses.
All I know is, yeah, this guy is exploring cracker culture, and just come talk to me. I know all about crackers. That's what we do up in Michigan, man. Come on.
Oh, hey, but y'all did what y'all had to do. Y'all went blue.
That's right. That's right. Well, thanks, Paul Calico, because that was a weird journey.
Yeah, you took us on a ride.
Did not answer your question, but you know.
Yeah, we won't have an answer for you until Delvin gets back. Apparently, the game runs like crap on Switch, but that's not saying much because
I mean,
runs like crap
that
on
game
Switch.
looked like it would run crap on PS4. So
Yeah,
that game
All
looked
right.
like it would run Life of Black Tire levels.
Ooh, that's all bad.
Which, by the way, is still on the PlayStation Store, but Cyberpunk 2077 is not.
That's because people are angry about.
Yeah,
Cyberpunk.
I know, and they wanted refunds. I know, it's still categorically funny though.
Yeah. All right, so our first news story of the week. What you got for us, Haley?
The PlayStation blog put out the top downloads of the year for PS5, PS4, and PSVR games, and they vary by region. I will say some of these are surprising, for sure. So for PS5 in the US and Canada, number 10 is Watch Dogs Legion. Number 9 is Immortals Phoenix Rising. Number 8 is Sackboy: A Big Adventure. Number 7 is FIFA 21. Number 6 is Madden NFL 21. Number 5 is Demon's Souls, which is, I thought that would be higher. Number 4 is NBA 2K21 Next Generation. Number 3 is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Number 2 is Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales. And number 1 is Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. These are, again, Europe. This list changes quite a bit, actually. In Europe, number 1 is Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Number 2 is Spider-Man Miles Morales. Number 3 is Valhalla. This is where things start to change. Number 4 is FIFA 21. Number 5 is Demon Souls. Number 6 is Watch Dogs Legion. Number 7 is Immortals Phoenix Rising. Number 8 is NBA 2K21 Next Generation. Number 9 is Sackboy: A Big Adventure. And number 10 in Europe is Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Also, just for reference, they've listed underneath here, naming of products may differ between regions and upgrades not included. So these are just people buying this version of the game and downloading it.
That list makes perfect sense to me.
For PS5, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
For PS4, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War is number 1. Number 2 is Grand Theft Auto 5, which is
Still,
who has a system that does not already have that game? How is it the number 2 sold game? Like, how? Who doesn't already have that?
Hey, Dev, you know what? I can't wait to see a reaction this year when it becomes the most downloaded PS5 game because it gets an upgrade this year. Or did you forget about that?
yeah.
No, I did not forget about that. I'm just like, Jesus.
Number 3 is Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Number 4 is Minecraft. Number 5 is Ghosts of Tsushima. Number 6 is The Last of Us Part 2. Number 7 is NBA 2K21. Number 8 is NBA 2K20. Number 9 is Final Fantasy VII Remake. And number 10 is Madden NFL 21. But in Europe, number 1 is FIFA 21. Number 2 is FIFA 20. Number 3 is Grand Theft Auto 5. Number 4 is Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Number 5 is Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Number 6 is Minecraft. Number 7 is NBA 2K20. Number 8 is The Last of Us Part 2. Number 9 is The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. And number 10 is Red Dead Redemption 2. What a wildly different list.
What kills me is like the FIFA 20 and NBA 2K20. Like, really?
Yeah. And then
Really?
for PSVR, there's only a couple variances. For US and Canada, number 1 is Beat Saber. Number 2 is Job Simulator. Super Hot VR is number 3. Number 4 is The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. Number 5 is Gorn. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Number 6 is Creed Rise to Glory. Number 7 is Arizona Sunshine. Number 8 is Vader Immortal, a Star Wars VR series. Number 9 is Astrobot Rescue Mission. Number 10 is Marvel's Iron Man VR. But then in Europe, the first 2 are the same, so Beat Saber and Job Simulator. Then number 3 is Blood and Truth. Number 4 is Super Hot VR. Number 5 is The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. Number 6, Creed Rise to Glory. Number 7, Astrobot Rescue Mission. Number 8, Gorn. Number 9, Vader Immortal. And number 10, Arizona Sunshine. And then there's a bunch of free-to-play games, but like these are pretty much the same. Call of Duty Warzone being number 1 across both US and Europe. Rocket League being number 2, again, across both. Number 3 being Fortnite across both. Number 4 being Apex Legends. Then there's a variance at 5 with Rogue Company in US and Canada and Hyperscape in Europe. Hyperscape being number 6 in Canada. Genshin Impact in Europe. Genshin Impact being number 7 in US, Canada. Rogue Company number 7 in Europe. Destiny 2 at 8 in the US, Canada. Brawlhalla, though, in Europe. Then at 9, it's reversed with Brawlhalla in the US and Canada and Destiny 2 in Europe. And then number 10 is Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 Lite in the US and Canada, and eFootball PES 2020 Lite. Which is, all right, I don't even know what that is. So,
Who knows?
Football
gonna
PES
football.
is a soccer.
I know what
Yeah,
PES is, but I don't know what 2020 Lite means.
I think it's
The
just
free-to-play version.
Yeah, the free to play version. I think it's just the online play.
Interesting.
Yeah, these are some interesting lists. Like
Yeah,
the,
for sure.
the PS5 ones make total sense to me, especially with when you look at the regions. Like, I'm not surprised Watch Dogs Legion is way higher on Europe than it is in the US because it takes place in Europe. Same with FIFA being higher than NBA 2K and Madden not even being existent on the Europe side. With the PS4, it's just like I don't even know what to say about any of those because it's just so crazy that Minecraft is still there. Grand Theft Auto 5 is still there. I get Call of Duty, both Modern Warfare and Black Ops. Like, those make sense. The Last of Us Part 2. But then I think also a lot of the PS4 you're looking at, people are still buying a lot of physical discs for those systems.
Yeah.
So that's another caveat. I'm surprised Final Fantasy VII wasn't higher, to be perfectly honest.
That's not even on Europe's list. And then, like, you have The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, which came out in 2015. And Red Dead Redemption 2 still being very high.
Yeah.
Like
I can only imagine it's because of the online. People are still playing that game online. I'm guessing. I think that's part of why Grand Theft Auto 5 is still so high, because you can't just download the online version of that.
You will be able to this year, though.
Yeah, so
I mean, they just came out with a new heist mission, like with the last couple months. I think.
And also that's not even just a new heist; it adds a whole new gameplay area.
Yeah, so crazy. Call of Duty though, Warzone up on top.
Yeah, no surprises there at all. No surprises there. I mean, I'm surprised Rocket League is beating out Fortnite, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, well, Rocket League went free to play this year. Like, before this, it used to cost money. So, or sorry, last year, free to play.
So accessible for kids, and if you don't want your kids running around, even Fortnite, you're still shooting at people. Yeah. It's like Rocket League is completely kid friendly.
I mean, also it's an interesting concept. It's soccer with rocket powered cars. So.
Yes.
Take my little Matchbox cars and turn them into soccer players. Let's go.
Yeah.
Use the DeLorean. You can
use the Batmobile from Batman v Superman.
I don't know why you would choose that one. So
they have all three of them. They have the Tumbler, they have Batman v Superman, and they have 89. But you literally, you have to buy them all as a pack. You can't just buy them separately. So. It's only like $3 for the pack, but even still, you have to buy them all together. You can't just buy them separately. So they have the Ghostbusters car in there. They've got Fast and Furious. You can get Dom and Brian's rides.
That's right, fam. It's all about family.
Mi familia.
Just the Vin Diesel.
Give me fast line already. He catches a car with his bare hands.
Dude, Vin Diesel's all in on the whole family thing. Just this next movie is all about family, man. That's why Han's coming back. We're family.
Also, Han is coming back after we visibly keep him on screen in 2 different movies.
His reason is because they're family, man.
Also, Vin Diesel catches a car with his bare hands. So,
he's a cyborg. He's a video game producer now. He can do whatever he wants.
He can make himself a video game character in the game.
So weird.
That's right. Man. I like Vin Diesel. I like Fast and Furious. Honestly, they're fun.
I'm with them both.
They're dumb and fun. Yeah,
dumb fun. It's great. He's also Groot, so he's fine with me. He can do no wrong in my eyes. He's great. All right, so. Our next story comes by way of Delvin. It's going to take a little more of a serious tone here.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to throw this one my way or not, or if it was just like, I'm glad you laid the blame partly on Delvin, because this is some sad shit, man. I don't know.
The story that was in its place was probably a better story than this one.
I
But
put that story there. I don't even remember what it was at this point.
it was about it's about the RE showcase being shown on PlayStation's Twitter.
We'll touch on that next. But so Delvin just wanted to bring it home, get a little serious for a minute. So apparently, the PlayStation launch gets more coverage than 10 different humanitarian crises combined. So not just like one or two, but like 10 of them combined.
Does that
PS5 gets more coverage?
Does that include the Rwandan genocide, or does it list
humanitarian crises, which included violence in Guatemala, hunger in Madagascar, and natural disasters in Papua New Guinea, were swept aside by news of COVID, Black Lives Matter protests, all of that stuff? Still, PS5 coverage and PS5's not being available were still got way more coverage than any of that stuff.
Oh, so it doesn't list which humanitarian crisis it's about.
Just all of them.
All of them, pretty much. It's crazy. Yeah, the violence in Burundi, hunger and drought in Madagascar, poverty and climate concerns in Malawi. It's just
such a weird article to write, though. Like, why would you even bring attention to this?
Well, they're bringing
because nobody is. That's why.
Yeah.
The fact that we're like so stuck on these consoles and all of that stuff that we just completely ignore what's really going on in the world and what's really important. Yeah. I think that's the main thing. It's like we are always so caught up in stuff that doesn't matter that it's crazy that we just completely forget about how much just sadness there is going on in the world today. Outside of America.
That's the thing too, though, is most news outlets follow exclusively American election coverage. It's been nonstop election coverage news, and the election was in November, and we're still doing it.
Yep. And if you wonder why other countries dislike Americans, this is why. This is a huge reason why, is because we're always so self-centered and always so focused in that we never really think about how much more there is going on in the world outside of us. Like, the world doesn't revolve around America. There are humanitarian crises all over the world that unfortunately play second fiddle to the fact that you can't get your hands on a PS5. It is what it is. It's sad but true. I got nothing else really to say about that. You're muted, Justin. You're still muted, Justin. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
I haven't podcasted in 2 weeks, so I don't know how to use the mics. Obviously, I had some great point to make, and now I've completely forgotten it. So let's just stick to, yes, we're kind of shitty here in America and care more about PS5s than anything else. So,
and if anybody sees links for PS5s, please put them in the PSVG Discord, because we're all still looking for them.
Yeah, just don't tag me, because I already have one and I don't need to look for one. So
I do. Somebody needs one, so you can tag me, but
it doesn't matter. Usually the @PSXP tag gets used and I get tagged anyways. So
yeah, that's right.
So the other news story that I had put there before, Delvin wanted to take us down and bring some reality to the podcast, was that Sony is going to be hosting or showcasing on their YouTube, I guess, the Resident Evil event. I'm not even sure what that was. That's why I had the link in the show notes so I could know exactly what was going on, because I have not been paying any attention to Resident Evil because it's not a game that I play. So if any of you,
I do know what it is. On, yeah.
So take it away, please.
So Brittany Brombacher from What's Good Games will be hosting the RE showcase on the 21st, I believe.
Yeah, 21st. That much I do know.
Yeah. And essentially this will showcase gameplay and a new trailer for Resident Evil Village. Talk about the anniversary of Resident Evil. I believe it's 25 this year. Yeah, I think so. Whatever the anniversary for Resident Evil is this year. Also, when they tweeted it out, they gave out a free PlayStation Network avatar for the as fans have colloquially dubbed her, sexy tall vampire lady.
I did see that.
Right up my alley. It's it'll be interesting for sure. Also, they were also allowing signups for a closed beta test of a new Resident Evil multiplayer game, so that'll be interesting for sure. I think the event's supposed to be like 40 minutes. So,
yeah, January 21st at 2 p.m. Pacific. Join Resident Evil producers and our host Brittany Bobinger on a guided tour of Resident Evil Village.
It's Brombacher.
I said what I said. On a guided tour of Resident Evil Village, including a new trailer, first ever gameplay, and more Resident Evil news. Yeah, so Resident Evil Village. I know people are really excited about that one.
I still haven't played 7. I own it, and also it was added as part of like the PS.
Yeah, it's part of the PS Plus collection, right?
Yeah, but I own like the season pass version of it or whatnot, which includes like content like No More Hero. Like not a hero anymore. So I forget what the DLC is called, but essentially, like it deals with Chris Redfield, and then there's another one in there as well for DLC. But regardless, I still haven't played it. But I did again last year platinum Resident Evil 2 remake and Resident Evil 3 remake, and I did that in under 2 hours because that was the requirement to finish the game on the hardest difficulty in under 2 hours.
Wow, that's commitment. I haven't been a fan of Resident Evil since the first one, and their tank controls. I couldn't get past it.
I had an infinite ammo rocket launcher, so it did make things significantly easier. But also, I didn't use cheats to get that.
Cheating.
Nope, it's not. You literally earn points by doing specific tasks of the game, at which point they're like, hey, you can use those points to buy this. And if the game lets you buy it, it's not cheating.
That defeats the purpose of Get Good.
No,
ammo rocket launcher. That's shenanigans.
Let me just point out, you still need to get good, because if you get hit by anything in that hardest difficulty mode, it's an insta-kill. So, like, you still need to get good.
You've got a rocket launcher with infinite ammo. They shouldn't even get close.
It still takes a second to reload the freaking launcher, so...
But everything's dead because you blew it up.
Nemesis doesn't die. Nemesis literally can't die. Nemesis will follow you around no matter what.
Oh, stupid Nemesis. Resident Evil. Maybe one day I'll play 7. It'll probably scare the bejesus out of me, though.
Oh, yeah. There's no way I'm playing. I can't play.
I'm not good with scary games.
I just got done saying I'm living in Cracker Nation, dude. I'm too scared of that crap. Like, there's no way.
Dead Space still is tough for me to get through. The sound alone just be creeping me out.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, but you can play The Last of Us, no problem.
I do. I struggle through parts.
Last of Us isn't scary.
No, there's scary parts there, man.
Look, people don't scare me.
Those dudes are whistling and trying to hunt you down. I ain't playing around with that.
That doesn't scare me at all. People don't scare me
at all. The
paranormal stuff scares me.
Dude, I don't live that far from psychopaths like that are ready to do that kind of crap around here, out here in the woods. So, yeah, I ain't playing around with that.
Makes a whole lot of good sense. All right. Our last story, which I'm also going to tie into our story of the week. So, you guys watching Jack go back and forth?
Yeah, Jack. He thinks he's on stream.
So, did you guys all see the little CES 2021 trailer that Sony released?
I did, yes, and then they removed the release dates from it.
Yeah, so originally it had some small print that showed that Capcom's Weird Girl game Pragmata was going to be in 2023, which was previously stated to launch in 2022. They had Kena Bridge of Spirits launching in March of 2021 instead of just spring. We also had Project Athia, which is a game that I really am excited for. Given 2022. There's no L. It's A-T-H-I-A.
It's pronounced Althea, according to Gary Whitta. It's Project Althea.
He can't speak English.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't speak American. He doesn't speak American.
He's on the project.
So It's Athia. There's no L. All right. So that one was given a January 2022 release date. Then we had March 19th for Solar, Returnal in March 19th, Solar Ash in June, Little Devil Inside in July, Stray and Ghostwire Tokyo in October, and then Ratchet and Clank Horizon Forbidden West both just had the 2021. And God of War was also notably absent from this, which has also been claimed that they'd be releasing in 2021. Then, once they uploaded that still reel and everything to YouTube, they pulled pretty much all of the dates, with the exception of stating that Ratchet and Clank is coming in 2021, Horizon Forbidden West is coming in 2021, and then had the date for Returnal, I believe. But that was it. Everything else got pulled. So it just, what the hell's going on? What games are coming out? Are games coming out? Like, is everything still delayed?
I mean,
get more delayed. Like, it's so frustrating.
Delayed.
So what?
Riders Republic, Ubisoft's
yes.
For next month.
I don't know that anybody cares about Riders Republic outside
I was gonna say the only person I have literally seen talking about that is Blessing, but yeah, that game got delayed. Famously, Far Cry was supposed to launch last month, and then it got delayed indefinitely.
Definitely, yeah.
But also, see, here's the thing: the Xbox Store has it listed as like May 25th, and you can still pre-order it. So I guarantee, I don't guarantee you, but it's probably gonna launch in May, which makes sense because it's after the fiscal year starts.
Yeah.
But the way companies do this is so stupid. Like I get the fiscal years start like April 1st and go till March 31st the next year, but that's such a weird way to do business.
Yeah, I was glad that Best Buy actually changed their fiscal year to start in January. Like, they made it, but when I was still working for Best Buy, they made a change. So we're tired of this stupid thing. We're starting our fiscal year in January. I don't understand why they didn't do that from the beginning of time. Like, why does your fiscal year not start at the beginning of the year? It's so freaking.
You would think, but it's so stupid because Q1 is April 1st to June 30th, which is a stupid first quarter. It's ridiculous
because they want to be able to have all of their holiday sales and everything considered in their Q4. So even after January, because people are still buying gifts, I guess.
Yeah,
it's dumb. But
it doesn't make sense for releases because investors want things tied to quarters so much that it's just like, oh yes, we're gonna release this game. I'm gonna use an example here. We're gonna release Kena Q2 2021, but oh no, now it needs to be pushed to Q3 2024. That's a bold example, and that's not happening for sure.
That would suck for a lot of people. Oh my god!
I mean, I'm
2024.
I'm using Kena. I'm using Kena because it's a game I'm excited for, right? So Kena's totally up my alley. I'm very excited for it. But it's just they push these quarter dates for investors, but most consumers don't know what that means.
Yeah. It's definitely frustrating because you end up planning for a game to come out at a certain time, and then it gets pushed, and then you're getting these weird Q dates. Like, man, I'd rather almost them not even say anything. Just don't even say anything.
I mean, see, that's the thing. They can't though because investors don't like.
What the hell is March? What does that even mean? Because I feel like if you're going to give me the nebulous, it's releasing in March. That basically means it's coming out in May, as far as I'm concerned. Because you don't put a date on it. As close as we are to March, how come you can't have a date? There's only a couple of Tuesdays in March. I mean, pick one, right?
I mean, if you want an example that's video game related but not video games, look at the Mortal Kombat movie. That's coming out this year, but all we have are photos.
Didn't they do? I thought they announced a date for that this weekend.
They did announce a date, but all we have are set photos. We don't have a trailer or anything. It's literally just set photos.
Do you need a trailer? Just go look at some images.
I mean, I want to know how bad. I want to know how bad it's going to be before I watch it because categorically this movie is going to be bad. But
all we need to know is that Steve Harvey is Jax, and
yeah, exactly.
Yep, I definitely. When I think Jax, I definitely think Steve Harvey. Yep,
absolutely.
For sure.
You might
at
not
all.
now, but you will after this movie.
I absolutely will not. I will categorically not do that.
Have you seen Jax? That's Steve Harvey.
No, it is absolutely not Steve Harvey. Thank you very much.
You haven't seen that mustache, then, have you? That is Steve Harvey.
Steve Harvey is a weirdo.
They took him right off the set of Family Feud and threw him right in the movie. All right.
Yes, because when I think Jax, I think the guy who runs Family Feud and gets upset when people make sex jokes. Yeah,
I mean, you don't now, but you will after Mortal Kombat.
I absolutely will not.
If you're not, you're kidding yourself.
That's like people. That's like people who are like, oh, when you think Sonya Blade, you think what's the wrestler's name that voices her in MK11? I literally don't.
Oh, that one girl that's all the time.
Ronda Rousey.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you must know. I played.
See, that's different. That's different. That's a voice. It's not the look. So this takes the look. He looks like Steve Harvey with that mustache. It's not even the voice. It's just like Steve Harvey. You got the stash.
The games say otherwise.
The games say otherwise, but the movie. But I mean, do you really need a trailer for a Mortal Kombat movie?
No. I mean, I want one to see how badly written it is. Because boy, that Monster Hunter movie, huh?
Didn't watch it. Didn't care.
Yeah, because I mean, it's video game movies. We gotta stop expecting greatness. Like,
I mean, I'm not expecting greatness from the new Resident Evil movie, but it's got actors I care about in it, so I'm gonna watch it. Neil McDonough's in it, and so is Robbie Amell. Neil McDonough plays Dum Dum Dugan in Captain America. The first Avenger plays Damien Dark in Arrow. Plays a bunch of other characters as well, but like he's playing, I think, Wesker in the new Resident Evil movie that's coming out, because this new Resident Evil movie is based on games 1 and 2. So
yeah, so you said a lot of words and a lot of names, and I have no idea who these people are.
Okay, Tim, I'm gonna link you a picture of Neil McDonough now. You've done it. Now.
I know who Dum Dum Dugan is. I'm just messing with you. I just don't care.
I don't know who any of these people are. Words.
It's because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's Mortal Kombat.
Coming out of her voice.
It's going to be fighting. There's going to be Sub-Zero. Scorpion's going to throw a hook and tell somebody to get over here.
Yep.
That's all that you need.
That's all I care
Jackson's going to have.
Yeah, you know what would make me care about this Mortal Kombat movie? Where's Cassie Cage? But I automatically know that probably not going to be in it.
She's not a main character.
We want Johnny Cage. We want Johnny Cage. We don't want Cassie.
I want Cassie Cage. Thank you very much.
We need Johnny
favorite Mortal Kombat character is Cassie Cage. In the nuts. No. Give me Cassie Cage.
She's not Johnny. We need Johnny. We need him
to
slide kick across the screen.
I don't give a shit about Johnny Cage. Johnny Cage sucks.
He may suck, but he is Mortal Kombat.
Oh, I know this dude, Neil McDonough. I just looked him up.
Yeah, Dum Dum Dugan.
Yeah, I know who that guy is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways, games getting delayed. These release dates. Were you guys even looking forward to any of these games like coming out anytime soon? Is there anything you're looking forward to coming out anytime soon?
I mean, Hitman 3 on Wednesday I'm looking forward to, but like we've known the date for that and it didn't get pushed back, so that doesn't really count for this conversation. I don't know. I'm kind of interested in Returnal, but it's a bullet hell and I'll wait for reviews. Like Housemarque games are generally pretty good, but I don't know, like procedurally generated bullet hell just seems like a nightmare, honestly. Also, that fake out they did where they were trying to do like the PT thing when they showed that trailer at the Game Awards and went through the door.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah. Like, see, that's the thing, because when it was shown live at the Game Awards, they did that. But then when you went to watch the trailer on YouTube, the door part wasn't there.
2020 is just absent from my mind.
Right? It was like 4 years long.
Anyways,
I'm excited for Returnal. I mean, Housemarque makes good games, so
yeah. I'm excited for that.
Even if the story stuff isn't there, I think just playing it for for playing it for a couple hours, it'll probably be fun.
I mean, most.
What do you think about it being $70?
I mean, I don't like it.
I mean, y'all are complaining about 70, and it's 89 here, so.
Yeah,
That's
but
the equivalent to your
money
70.
doesn't make money. It doesn't make sense. It's fake. It's monopoly money.
Regardless, stop complaining about prices for games when I gotta pay $20 more than y'all. So,
But it's the same. Our 70 is your 89. It's the same thing.
yeah, it's ridiculous.
Fine.
Anyways,
The Canadian dollar is worth less than the American dollar. Just get over it.
I mean, your dollar's about to become weak as shit, anyways. So,
You mean it's not already?
it's heading there. It's heading like worse than ours at this point. Most of the games I'm excited for this year just have the vague like 2021 date on them.
Yeah.
And Hogwarts
me,
itself just got pushed like to 2022. Yeah. Like I'm excited for Gotham Knights, and they're still teasing information out like crazy. So
is that supposed to be this year?
Yeah, 2021. It was in the trailer.
Yeah, see. Yeah, my most anticipated games are probably Kena, Outriders, Deathloop, and I just need them to stop playing with me and give me a date for Ratchet and Clank already.
Yeah,
like stop this 2021 nonsense.
Yeah,
like
I'm very excited for like Ratchet, Horizon. I don't think God of War is coming this year at all. Like that just doesn't make.
Can they just tell us that it's not coming this year and stop playing with people's emotions and just be like, 2022? Like, can we just get out ahead of all of this nonsense and not be a cyberpunk issue? Just tell us now that it's not coming in 2021. Stop playing.
No, they're gonna play with that all. They're gonna play with that all year until like June, and then they go, "Hey, we're pushing God of War." So.
Bastards.
Yeah, I mean, here's the real thing. When are we getting the next state of play? Like,
oh man, that's another just like odd thing. Like we don't have any state of play. Like there's nothing that we have in the pipeline.
We got
any information.
We got nothing from Square Enix. Nothing.
They've got like this indies coming this year too. Like big indies. So I don't know why they wouldn't do one.
This Resident Evil thing is the first like from game developer info we have. Like there's nothing from Square Enix, nothing from Ubisoft, and and they said they would have another press conference in the new year. Like nothing. Well, nothing from any of them.
With some of those big indies coming out in summer, maybe we're looking at like a March one before Returnal. Show Returnal off right before the launch, and then say, all right, and then we also got Solar Ash and Little Devil Inside in June and July. Maybe we get something like that, but until then, there's nothing really to show.
They're not highlighting those stuff. They're not putting dates on them or anything yet. Like,
yeah,
we need to have some kind of. I mean, I know COVID has jacked up everything, but
and will continue to do so. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like it's getting worse before it's getting better.
Don't you worry. It's going to get worse because I've got people I know in real life being like, "Are you going to get the vaccine when it comes out?" And they're categorically just screaming, "Nope!" And I'm like, "And you're the reason the virus is going to continue to thrive."
And the fact that it's already mutating, we've got new strains that are worse. It's like we're going to see another spike in March because of it. Like it's absolutely.
I mean, insane. I can't wait to see the spike from that Capitol riot.
Oh my god!
Because
that group was so small that we won't see a spike because it was a small group of fucking losers. So
I mean,
we're not gonna see anything.
No, I mean it was a big group of losers, but still a group of losers and terrorists, by the way. So
yes, this is right.
Indeed.
Also, like. I don't understand these leaders that are like, oh yes, we should not impeach the president because he tried to incite like a coup. Yes, impeach and convict the president because if you don't do that, what is the point of impeachment?
That's America, man. That's white America right now. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Scary.
Unfortunately.
Derail us, but like it's an important convo here.
Why did us bring us down, Haley? I come here to talk video games, talk about PlayStation.
Well, deal with it, Justin.
Missed deadlines.
Go off on these crazy tangents.
And now I'm talking about just all my worst fears.
I come home
for the rest of my life, it's just horrible. So, I'm stuck here in America.
At least you got some video games. I mean, maybe.
That's right. That's
Right?
true.
Maybe. Like, also, like, again, last week we talked about Dying Light 2 saying they'd have some news soon. Well, where is it?
God,
I'm waiting.
What is-
I'm waiting. Where's my news? I'm waiting.
Their news is that it's canceled. It's not even a real thing anymore. It never was to begin with.
Absolutely not. Screw you. Dying Light 2 is coming.
There was knights and armor and stuff. There were things they showed off. I wouldn't call
I
it.
mean, can we even believe that? Can we even believe that trailer now because of the Cyberpunk thing?
No. True.
Oof.
I just want Ratchet and Clank.
I mean-
that's all I want at this point.
What's
With
the female
everything that is
Lombax's
supposed to
name?
be coming.
They just posted something this week about like what did they say?
was-
They said
They said like, what's her name or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because I was
that's
really
literally
confused,
the
like,
tweet. What's her name?
Like what? I mean, with everything
I've
that's
seen it.
supposed to be coming this year, like PlayStation is poised to like really have a fantastic year, like a flagship year. Like if everything comes, or even we get half of what's supposed to come this year, like is PlayStation not set up to just completely kill it?
I mean if we get Horizon and God of War this year and Ratchet and Clank, that would be insane.
So for reference, the Insomniac Games tweet is hammer emoji. No, but seriously, ... Who ? Question mark, exclamation mark, hammer emoji, hashtag Ratchet PS5.
What's the hammer?
And-
What? I'm not here to solve puzzles. I'm not Sherlock
Right.
Holmes.
I mean, and then under the like in the tweet is a GIF of the female Lombax from the trailer with
Yeah.
a hammer, which is why the hammer emoji.
I
Yeah.
don't care. Just
I
give me
mean, if we get that, let's say we get Returnal, get Ratchet and Clank, let's say June, then we get Horizon in August or September, and then God of War in November. You give me those four plus all the other little indies that are supposed to be coming, like your Kena, like your what's the game that got delayed? It was supposed to be an exclusive that I want to play.
Deathloop.
Called Deathloop. Yes, you get Deathloop. Like
And
if
that's
you get that,
May 21st. So
yeah, if you get all of those games, if they all actually launch this year, that's just how would you not want a PS5? How could you not? Like that's a flagship year. But then it's like what's coming out afterwards? Like what games do we get next? And I mean, there's been a lot of rumblings about the Silent Hill stuff, the Metal Gear Solid remake. Like
Days Gone.
yeah, I'm so tired of the
Naughty
silence.
Dog is apparently working on something that Neil Druckmann can't talk about yet, which I mean that makes sense because that's how projects work. Like they're not talked about until they're ready. But
I think Santa Monica has something besides
I'm besides God of War probably. I mean, don't forget we've known for a while now that Sony San Diego is working on an Uncharted game.
Yeah.
Like that's the worst kept.
MLB the show. People love that game.
I mean, do we though? Because usually it's been talked about by now.
Right. That's the crazy part.
Though, right?
Nobody said anything. It's not exclusive anymore. But the fact that it normally comes out in like March, and then we haven't really heard anything about it. Like it's crazy how silent everything is, and how we're waiting for everything. I've also read there may be some news in February about Final Fantasy VII Remake, the next part. So there's so much stuff that could happen this year, but like the fact that there's no state of play, there's no awards or no kind of shows, nothing that's coming up that we have heard anything about. I mean, I know it's just the beginning of the year. We're trying to get past like the inauguration and everything else that's going on.
I mean,
but it's just crazy to see how silent everything is.
Speaking of the inauguration, Elder Scrolls Online just revealed back.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. To avoid the inauguration, which is absolutely wild because in a normal year you wouldn't have to do that. But you know, also incredibly, the inauguration is the release date of Hitman 3. Like you would think you would move that game and not the high fantasy game with dragons and elves and orcs, but no. Hitman 3 stays on Inauguration Day, the game about assassinating people, and the Elder Scrolls goes, we're gonna move our stuff. You would think that would be reversed.
Yeah, you'd also think it makes me wonder because since Elder Scrolls moved, I wonder if Resident Evil's gonna follow suit.
I don't
Because Resident
think,
Evil's the day after.
but I don't think
So is
so.
Elder Scrolls.
But see, that's the thing is Elder Scrolls gave over a week notice that they were moving their stuff. By the time, so today's Sunday, the 17th, also Johnny Mnemonic Day, by the way. So,
Oh wow.
I mean, this is literally the day Johnny Mnemonic started. Ready when he doesn't know what I'm talking about. That's on the video recorder in Johnny's room. Anyways, tomorrow the 18th, there's less than 3 days until the event. That would be a weird thing to announce it the Thursday before and then move it the Monday after.
I mean, I feel like we've seen things like that before. I mean, we know it's pre-recorded anyway. It's not like it's like it's a live event, so it could easily be moved, especially if shit hits the fan on the 20th. Do you really want to have that on the 21st? I would just honestly just get the hell out of the way.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, it's vampires and werewolves and zombies and Biohazard, so
yeah.
It's still wild to me that the game is called Biohazard in Japan, but Resident Evil everywhere else.
Yeah, that's really weird. I've never understood that. I think Biohazard makes more sense. Period.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But
I mean, maybe because they probably didn't think Biohazard would have worked in the States because you're in a house in the first one. So
I mean,
Resident,
you're in a mansion
I feel like that makes sense.
in the first one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and then there's Resident Evil 0 where you're in a train heading to the mansion. And then there's Resident Evil 2 where you're in a police station for most of the game.
Yeah. Weird.
And then you don't really explore Raccoon City until Resident Evil 3.
Video game's gonna video game.
Yeah.
Also, Sony, push the button and turn on my damn internal storage. All right.
Yeah.
I would get a hard drive to throw it in there. Turn on my VRR. Give me 1440p. What are y'all doing? Push the button.
I mean, literally, Cyberpunk. I have it. It's the only PS4 game I have installed on the internal SSD, and I need it to literally just turn that storage thing on so I can plug an internal drive in there and just have more space.
Yeah. So how are you doing on stage, Justin? Do you have space? Or you?
Yeah, I've got no problem so far. I'm assume my hard drive is almost full, but because I've got Call of Duty, which is 500 gigs by itself. So, but I play 2 games at a time. I just don't have time to be flip flopped all these different games. But I've got Fortnite. I've got No Man's Sky downloaded. I've got it all downloaded. I haven't had any problems really.
So the only things I have installed on my drive are Valhalla's PS5 version, Immortals Phoenix Rising PS5 version, obviously, and then I've got and Cyberpunk, which is 100 gigs, and then I've got all the media apps downloaded. But that's all I have, and I still have 300 gigs. But I need more space.
Why don't you have Cyberpunk on an external? You don't need it to be on an internal. Doesn't make that much of a difference.
It does loading wise, and also it crashed more often on the external than it did on the internal.
Yeah, I have all of my PS4 stuff is all on an external. It's like Ghost, Star Wars Jedi.
That's the thing, though. I've literally had no issue with any other of my PS4 games that I am playing through back compat on the external hard drive. Cyberpunk was the only one that gave me more crashes and longer loading times if I played it off the external hard drive.
Cyberpunk, flaming pile of garbage. Just trash. Yeah, I'm not having any storage issues either. I only have Miles Morales, Godfall, Phoenix.
I mean, you want to talk about a game that people aren't talking about? Godfall. You and
Josh and Khalif Adams. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I enjoyed it. It was fun. It's a fun game.
Also, shout out to Khalif Adams for the joke after that article came out yesterday.
I don't even know.
The Don Lemon article.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see the video? Did you see the video Don Lemon posted this morning?
No, I didn't.
He posts the video, like, and I'm quoting the video verbatim here, and literally it's a video of him going, "Hey, I have an announcement," and I don't know the name of the reporter that's like vibing back and forth with him. I was like,
Kumo.
oh, okay,
It's
okay.
Kumo.
Like just between us. No, I'm not talking about like the person who said the quote. I'm talking about like it's a video thing between him, like Don Lemon and another guy that I don't know his name, but essentially he's like, "Hey, I have an announcement." He's like, okay, just between us. He's like, "I'm black." It's like openly black.
That made me so mad yesterday. I'm like,
Wrote
what the
that?
is
Why?
openly black? What does that even mean? Like, I have a choice? I didn't know I could choose to not be black. I didn't know that was an option.
Yeah. If you want to see it, Dev, it's like 8 seconds, and I posted it in random in the PSVG Discord. It's extremely funny. Like, I think I've watched that video like 60 times.
Just shenanigans.
I just watched it. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Damn. What a time to be alive.
What a timeline, huh?
Yeah. 2020.
Yeah, every day, I wake up and I think, what's gonna happen today?
This is
for real. That's
like
legit. Oh, God.
It's like the Tumblr joke recently. Like, every day I wake up and I'm forced to learn information about supernatural against my will.
About supernatural? No, I don't know any information about supernatural.
All right, don't worry. I'm not going to spill it for you. If you want supernatural information, you can go to my blog. But that's about it.
Away because no one cares because it's a garbage show.
Ooh. And on that note, that's gonna do it for episode. What is it? 66, 67. Oh no, we still got to keep going.
Boss man says we gotta keep talking, man. Come on.
I mean, all right, I'll give you information about supernatural if you want.
Beer, should have grabbed 2 or 3, and we should just keep this party going all night.
Got time to kill, guys. Got time to kill. Got to run out the clock here.
I know. We got like what, 10 minutes?
10.
Do we not have 10?
You got a little longer than 10.
Let's go for it, man. Come on, let's talk.
All right.
Johnny, like, how much do you hate PlayStation?
All right, how about this? Checking in on Gaming for Guru, we are $18,365. It's still not too late. Every donation of $10 gets you thrown into the hat. You can win Stadia Premiere. You can win a Nintendo Switch. You can win an Xbox Series S. You can't win a PlayStation 5 because it's not a real thing. Nobody has one. You can't buy them. That's not a thing. The only one that I've ever seen in real life is Justin's, when he put the disc on it so it would stop making that noise that it makes when it plays the games. So
I mean, Donnie, you can see one right now behind Dev.
Is it really one, or did he just make that? That could be 3D printed. I mean, how much do I hate PlayStation?
If anybody was going to 3D print one, it would have been Justin.
That's right.
That's right.
I still love Justin's video. He's like, guys.
Oh, dude. Yeah. I love it. Welcome to the next generation of video games.
What is it going to take to get you into a PlayStation 5, Donnie? Other than it being smaller.
That's first and foremost. It's going to take it a different look, a different footprint.
A different look, really?
Yeah.
You really care about that much?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. We've been over this every time I've joined this show. No, it could be a special edition. I love special editions. I'm actually a little upset that they didn't have one. Like, I'm upset that Xbox didn't have one either. Like, that goes both ways. I would have loved a day one edition, a Project Scarlet edition, Series X. Would have been dope. I love special editions. I want all the custom consoles. So a custom console would go a long way, a different look. I wouldn't. Okay. Every time that I've thought about getting a PlayStation 5 on a few occasions. I get the deal alert. I see it pop up, right? And I'm like, I could get one. I could just get one just to have. and when the games come out, I can play it.
I mean, you could play Miles Morales without fault now.
But every time I go to think of, every time I actually look at it, like, I honestly have nowhere to put it. Like, I don't know where it's going to go.
On the floor.
That's ridiculous.
It is.
You don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. So this solves your problem.
Horizontal, so
I'd have to put it like behind the TV or something. I don't even think it would fit. So,
or you can just get one and bless somebody, because you know how hard they are to find. And if anybody's going to get one, it would be you. You would find.
Oh, I've had a few in carts. Part of me thinks that I'm just interested in getting one just because they're like, people are like, I can't get one. I'm like, I bet I can. There is a part of it. I guarantee you that I think that's the only thing. Every time I see it, I'm like, yeah, I bet I can get one. It's not that hard.
See, that's the thing, Donnie. Like you were having issues with Miles and had to stop playing it, right?
No. I beat Miles. I think you're talking about somebody else. I beat Miles.
No, he was that was his PS4 Pro, because those things. Except for
Halo, that thing
like
was
tough. I don't.
Yeah.
Did you see the videos I posted of that thing? That thing was a
I
monster.
heard it. It was It sounded like it was going to explode.
I sold it and I got a PlayStation 4 Slim, and I played Miles Morales, no problem.
Okay,
I liked it. It was one of my top 6 games of the year.
It was an easy platinum. So aside from that stupid 100 combo,
I enjoyed it. So I think a form factor would go a long way for me. Something that's a little sleeker, maybe a little more compact.
Make it bigger.
Yeah, it's going to definitely get me out.
That's what I'm asking for.
But I won't rule out getting the PS5 that you guys have if the right exclusive comes along. If the right game comes along, I'll get it.
What about Horizon?
We already know it.
No, it won't be Horizon, because I can play Horizon on my PlayStation 4, and it probably will come to PC. So I could do that there. Yeah. That's not going to do it.
He wasn't big on Horizon. Silent Hill would be the one to do it.
I liked it. I liked Horizon, but I don't love Horizon.
I mean, yeah, but Horizon has the unfortunate problem of it came out like 2 weeks before Breath of the Wild, so.
Yeah, but I'm one of the few people in our entire team that've beaten both. And I really liked Horizon. I don't like it like for me it's behind, it's behind Infamous, it's behind God of War, it's behind Uncharted for me. Like, so I don't love it like people love it.
What about a Days Gone 2, Donnie? Would you get one for that?
So I'm thinking, like, if you're looking for an answer, like the answer is like the Metal Gear Solid remake.
What about Last of Us? What about a new Last of Us?
No.
I already know he hates that game now. I'm surprised you haven't just torn down the shelf.
I don't know if
I'm waiting for the day.
I don't know if I'll play it.
You just take all that stuff and put it in a box.
That's gonna be real sad, Dev.
I feel like it's coming. I feel
it's
like
not. I love my stuff. I still love the original game. I love it. I really do.
I mean, just out of frame, I'm not going to screw with the camera because it doesn't like to focus. But right on the table behind me is my Ellie statue. So thank you for that, by the way. But also shout out to USPS for like charging me an extra $100 to get it.
I love my stuff. I wouldn't get rid of it, and I still love the original game. I actually thought about replaying it the other day. I was kind of staring at my PlayStation. I was like, I should play Last of Us.
I mean, it would play at 60 frames on PS5.
I just don't know if I'm going to replay. I don't know if I'm going to play another one. I think, you know what? I've given this a lot of thought. I think it'll depend on how the TV show goes for me. If the TV show kind of reframes things or refocuses things, like maybe I'll get all back in. But as it stands now, if they give me like another trailer that's a lot like the last game, like I might just skip it.
So far the show is only
got their director.
Yeah, they did. But also, like, again, the show is Joel and Ellie, like that's been confirmed that's what they're doing. And also, like, again, right now the show is only confirmed to be doing the first game.
Yeah, but it's not going to be a shot for shot remake of the first game. It's the second game told us things that were happening during the first game that we didn't know about. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping that maybe the TV show paints that picture for me that I was upset that I didn't have while playing the second game. That's my biggest. I'm not sure if you guys listened to our Game of the Year talk, but I talked a little bit about it. I think what I came to focus with my issues with the second game is I really didn't like what they did to like the first game. Like they kind of changed my experience with the game, and I never liked that. And I don't like that mechanic in like almost anything. It feels like a cheap mechanic.
Yeah.
And and that's not the only thing. I didn't like the way they structured the narrative in the second game.
I think they would have, if they were gonna do my issues with Abby's side talking about that right now. We're talking about like story wise how they.
And I don't have issues with Abby. I actually think I might have liked it better if they didn't go, we're going to give you 4 hours of Ellie and not really close off what you've done and not really pay off the 7 years that you waited. And then we're going to give you 9 hours of Abby and you don't know what's going on. And then we'll get you back. Like if maybe they'd broken that up into smaller chunks, I may have come away with a completely different take.
That's what I was about to say is I was putting my issues with the character aside to like discuss here, like what you're saying. Like if they had framed that storytelling better, I think people would have probably liked it better because this whole
it's framing it better. I'd say framing it different.
Just structurally different, just putting it in a different order.
I like that kind of structure a lot better. I like the structure of that. I like that waiting and that hanging and you're kind of because for example, one of my favorite TV shows is The Wire, and they do basically that exact same thing with the second season.
Okay.
You're left with this cliffhanger in the first season. The second season takes you to an entirely different place, but it's all related. It all comes to pay off at the end of the season and then in the next season. So I just kind of like that kind of story.
I still think the story would have been told better if they'd done day 1 Ellie, day 1 Abby, day 2.
And I agree with that. But ultimately, my thing is I just didn't like where they took the story, like the franchise as a whole. Yeah. That's not where I wanted it to go.
Also, again, they to make the Joel killed my father. They completely changed the doctor model from the first one, and like it's so stupid. So
yep, and I think I take it personally. I can't say that I can't project this on Kyle, but I take it personally when I've heard Kyle. I think I may be projecting on Kyle. But I've heard, and if not him, then somebody else, but I've heard people be like, well, like I didn't want them to play it safe and I didn't want the same game. I take it kind of personally because it's not exactly what I wanted either. That's not what I'm trying to say. But it's like the first game to me, and I can only speak my own opinion, but the first game to me didn't really care about Joel's decision and who was good and bad. And so much of the second game focuses on that. The first game to me was these two person's relationship and journey, and the second game is just a far cry from that. It's like completely different. So
also, like this is a hot take, but I do not like how they framed those trailers leading up to it. Like I get that everyone thought they were.
That doesn't bother me as much. I think that's almost like movies could do that. Like I think that's okay.
But see, here's why it bothers me, because again, I'm glad they didn't do the bury your gays thing. Like that's a common trope. Like, hey, introduce a gay character, kill them off. It's a very common trope, and it's not really it. We shouldn't be praising that in 2021. But my point here is they filmed and recorded actual dialogue for those trailers for Joel that's not in the game. Yeah. That's what bothers me.
Don't they do that in like every form of media? I think
there's a bait and switch mechanic. You can try to surprise people.
It's literally the only game trailer I've seen do that. The only other thing similar to this is spoilers for Thor Ragnarok, by the way. When the trailer has...
spoilers.
I mean, sorry, that movie came out in
apparently 2017. As long as you say it ahead of time, you're okay. You can spoil whatever you want as long as you just say spoilers.
I don't give a shit at this point. Movie came out over 4 years ago. Literally, like, the scene with, like... I already got hate mail last week. I saw Mandalorian and people got mad at me. So I haven't even watched The Mandalorian.
I like that. I like you got the person in your chat here says they should have done it like Sonic Adventure 2. Have you go through Ellie's story with her own ending, and then have you go through Abby's story with her own ending.
Interesting. But it's like that. The only other instance that I've seen of this bait and switch thing is the Thor Ragnarok trailer, where the scene where Thor like fights Hela with Led Zeppelin playing is literally like he's got both eyes glowing, when in the movie he only has one because he lost one. So
fantastic. Thanks for that, Haley. That was a supportive anecdote.
I mean, I'm sorry.
They do that all the time. There's always stuff that you'll see in trailers that
that didn't bother me as much
into the final product.
So, Abby didn't bother me. Like, there's none of the social issues that game, and that's the thing that I hated about it most. Is it's like I almost felt like trepidation, like speaking out as to why I didn't like it, because I feel like you just get swallowed in that toxic hellhole that the game was. Like it's like none of that bothered me. I think it's an excellent game. My analogy that I point to is I think it's like if you really loved like a TV show and like they killed off a character that you liked, or like maybe the season just got real bad and it just kind of turned you off from the whole thing. That's how I feel.
You mean The Walking Dead?
Yeah,
like
The Walking Dead. I was all in until season
1.
2, and after like once season 3, I was like, I'm out. And
Wait,
once they killed what's his face,
Shane.
No, not Shane. I didn't care about Shane.
Yeah, I didn't care about Shane
kick
either.
rocks.
I remember I love the first 2 seasons of
once
Walking
they
Dead.
did that to Glenn, I was like, I can't watch this anymore.
Yeah, and that's kind of how it was. The Last of Us 2 was for me. It was just like, this is just, it's not what I wanted. It's not doing it for me. It's just, there's not a whole lot.
See again, like this, the big thing is I don't care that Joel died. I expected Joel to die.
Yeah, I think everybody did.
But also, like,
I wanted more time with Joel.
I wanted more time with Joel. Like, I literally got less than 30 minutes before.
I wanted to tie off some loose ends with Joel. I wanted more focus of the game. Like, yeah, I wanted a lot. I wanted a lot more.
I wanted Joel to be dead when the game started, personally. I didn't feel like playing Joel.
Hey, Dev.
That's fine. That's fine. I did not care for Joel.
Sure.
At all.
There's a lot of people like that, right?
Categorically clear, you could not give a shit about Ellie either. So
this is also true.
Yeah, also true. And I think we talked about when the game was coming out, right? Like that scene where you had to, the combat scene. Just say that for spoilers. I'm not sure if this is still spoiler territory, but like that part of me just made me want to just quit. I don't think I've ever been so close to just.
I didn't want to do
that.
Just
like I'm just done.
When you're fighting Ellie as Abby.
I went all out of my way to not do it.
It's what she does. It's what she does. She's great at it. She's the spoiler queen. You're no longer the platinum princess. You're the spoiler queen.
I like it.
I mean, if we're being honest, like Jared Orton, people have more.
But to say nice things about it, I mean, for a 1440p game, it was absolutely insanely gorgeous. It was incredible, and the tone that it set in the combat was fantastic. I'll never forget that arrow. That. My God! That is a moment. That is a moment in games, man.
Yeah.
Nobody does it quite like Naughty Dog. I do think for the second one, I think they may have done it too much. Yeah, like maybe just went a little crazy with it. That game should have ended like 2 parts before it ends. It's like, guys, let it go.
I was about to say that game goes on for like 4 hours longer than it should.
It really does.
It literally like seems like it's about to wrap up.
That third act and that third decision. That's actually the mark where I was just like, now I hate it. Like that was the point. I was like, now I'm off the boat. Now I'm so done with this.
Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going.
That's ridiculous. It was so after that long journey in this little place to just fast forward you off to somewhere else, and it's like, oh, come on.
Oh yeah.
I just enjoyed the combat enough to where I was fine to just keep playing.
No, I'm with you there. It's really good for a stealth game. It's quite excellent.
You get the best weapon in the game in the last thing, and
that's normal in games.
Okay, but
what's the best weapon in the game? The best weapon in the game is her knife that doesn't break. That's the best weapon in the game.
Okay,
I did enjoy a lot of the puzzles.
Silent SMG that you get to keep if you play New Game Plus, and you can just mow enemies down with it is fantastic.
I barely use that game.
No one played New Game Plus because we don't care about trophies.
Ultimately, my review is that I don't think I'd ever replay it. I can't imagine a time where I replay it.
I'm replaying it now on permadeath.
Yeah, I originally thought that I wouldn't play it again because it was just so freaking emotional and so draining.
It's definitely
But the further I get away from it, the more I want to go back and play it because I just really enjoyed my time in that world. So the further away I get, the more I want to play it. Plus, I want to see a patch for it on PS5 because I would love to see it.
That game deserves to be in 4K 60.
Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
I'll even take 1440p 120 just because.
Oh, that'd be great too.
Really. I don't have a TV that supports that, so give me 4K 60.
That's your problem.
I don't either.
I'm trying to get the stupid nano cell. They had it for like $500, but it was pickup only in Toronto. I don't drive.
You don't do a lot of things, apparently. What
Uber?
What is it? What is it you say you do here? What do you do?
I mean, I'm not paying $60 to get to Toronto and then $60 to get back to pick up a $500 TV.
Dev, is Horizon PlayStation 5 exclusive?
No.
Is God of War PlayStation 5 exclusive?
Yes.
Okay, maybe. Then maybe that might be the one. I don't know.
But here's the caveat.
I don't think anything's coming out this year. Who the hell knows?
I don't either. I told you that. I told you that last summer. I think the last time I was on the show with you guys, there are a lot of PlayStation fans that were like, God of War, Horizon, Gran Turismo, like 4 other games are all coming out first year. It's like, not a chance. And then COVID happened. Like, it's like, there's no way. I feel for those people out there that think they're going to get all these games by next fall.
Yeah. So let me just point out here, your question about God of War. I think God of War being PS5 exclusive will depend on whether or not they actually manage to launch it this year. Because remember, they've said this game coming 2021. It's absolutely not coming 2021. It's not. If they somehow manage to get out this year, sure, it might come to PS4.
And you'd be lucky if you get. You'd be lucky if you get Horizon this year.
Oh no, I think we're absolutely getting Horizon this year.
I do too.
I'm not ready to say for sure. I think you're right. I mean, I think they're hoping for it to be. But if 2020 taught you anything, everything's getting pushed, and they're not going to put it out if it's not ready. And could I see it falling to spring? Absolutely.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Totally could. I mean, totally could see it drop into February or January.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I don't. Have
I would too. Obviously, I don't have a console. I'm in no rush. But the people that are like, it's definitely going to happen. Like, I'm not sure about that because there are people that thought Ratchet was going to be out now.
Yeah,
and like, I'm not sure Ratchet's going to be out before like June.
That's what my guess is. My guess is June for Ratchet.
Yeah.
It's so, and that's the thing too, because that's Sony's own marketing. They're like, Ratchet is launch window.
Well, here's the thing,
launch window usually ends in March.
There's no point in putting out a system exclusive. You can't move units. If you ain't got units to sell, what's the point in putting out the game?
That's also true. Y'all can just keep holding it, make it better, so when it does launch, we're good to go. Nobody can buy a PS5. They don't exist. Donnie could probably get one. He probably could.
I have one sitting in my entertainment center.
I love how you're so focused on me getting one of those.
We know what's going to happen.
I don't even want
a matter of time
you to get one to keep. I want you to get one because I know you have the ability.
Oh, I totally
could. And then we can bless others. That's it.
Nah. I got too much to play now. I got games I haven't played yet. Like, I got a stack of games. You guys talking about your storage. I got way more than that. I got so many games. So it's like, what am I going to do with the PlayStation 5? What am I going to do with that thing? I'm never going to play it.
Donnie, give it to somebody who wants it.
Donnie,
or sell it.
I know this is a PlayStation. I know this is a PlayStation podcast, but I got a real question for you. When we get in State of Decay 3?
At the same time you get Dying Light 2.
Who cares about that game? That's a studio. That's a studio Xbox can give back. They'd be like, "Look, we bought Bethesda. We're just going to release you guys. We don't actually need Undead Labs around." I don't have a whole lot of love for State of Decay.
I love State of Decay.
I think State of Decay. I love the idea of State of Decay, and then I actually play it, and it's like the whole systems management thing. That's not a thing for me, and it's so. Yeah, and it's kind of janky. Like, that's my issue with Undead Labs thing. Their games are just kind of jank. I want them to make a really good version of their game. There we go.
True State of Decay. Nobody cares.
Yeah,
when are we getting Dying Light 2?
That's what
my thing is never. It's not happening. It's never coming out.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Doesn't exist.
What, Dying Light 2?
I would love to see it this fall, but it's going to be next year.
They said we're going to get information soon, but where is it? I'm waiting.
If it does come next year, then there's a possibility that it may actually look like what they showed us in the trailer 47 years ago.
Yeah. It's going to be next year. It's going to be a while. So, strap up. Get a Switch, man. Switch going to have games this year. Excited about that.
I have a Switch.
Yeah, you're going to have all kinds of games to play.
I'm saying it again. Breath of the Wild 2 is not coming this year. I do not
I said the
do
same
not
thing.
get excited for that.
I said the same thing today.
My fantasy league.
I said the same thing today. I don't think it's coming this year either. If I had to
also, just that Pokemon Games leak. Do not believe it unless you hear news from.
I think we're getting Mario Golf. I think we're getting Zelda ports. I think we're getting Pokemon remakes. It's gonna be a fun year.
Can we get some Metroid?
I think we're getting a Metroid game.
But please,
I do think we're getting a Metroid game. There's a heavy rumor that we're getting a Metroid game.
But is it Metroid? Is it Metroid Prime 4 or is it a remake?
No, it's a 2D Metroid game. It's a new 2D Metroid game.
That's all I need.
Yeah, like Fusion. Yep.
You want me to play the Switch? Give me a Metroid game and I'll play the Switch.
Yeah, it's called Hollow Knight. Go play it.
Hollow Knight's fantastic. It's a fantastic game.
Hades.
Yeah, and you got Axiom Verge 2 coming.
Actually, yes.
Switch exclusive.
Bring me Hades on PlayStation.
Yeah, Hades doesn't need to release.
Why? It's on Switch. Play it on Switch.
Because it looks horrible on the Switch.
No, it doesn't. It looks great.
Yes, it does.
I've played it.
You played it on a TV?
I played it on PC. Yeah, I played it on both.
Have you played it docked on Switch?
Yeah, it's okay.
It looks horrible.
It's
absolutely
horrible. It's okay.
Yeah.
No, it looks bad. It looks bad.
What I'm talking about is when do we get Kenna?
Yeah.
That's that we were just talking
March.
It said March.
Which means
what
April.
does that mean?
Yeah, everything that everybody says, just don't believe it. That's my rule for this year.
I mean, look at Riders
Dev and
Republic.
I, we've been in We've been on this for like 6 months now. Like everybody's catching up to us.
Yep.
Every date that everybody releases, like, nope, that's not the day.
Not happening.
Everybody's like, Far Cry 6. Nope.
Hey Dev. Hey Dev. So you gonna be upset when Outriders gets pushed past April 1st?
No,
I actually thought it already.
I don't expect it to come April 1st. It got pushed. From
and when
February
it got
to
pushed,
April
I was like, nope.
Yeah. I'm not even surprised.
That's just the life I'm in now. I don't believe any of it.
It'll come out in June. That's my guess.
Guys, I hate
to
kick you off, but you're out of time.
Hey, look, we vamped though. We vamped.
Yeah.
What the hell does that mean?
I mean, we filled time. That's what vamping
Nobody
is.
knows what the hell she means, man. Just words, let them flow in and out, and just keep it moving.
Canadian jargon.
Oh, well,
Man,
that does it for
why y'all
episode.
gotta bully the Canadian girl?
I mean, did you have to ask why?
We would normally
was...
bully Donnie, but this is easier.
Yeah. All right, sign us out. I got to get out of here. You guys got to get out of my room.
This is episode 67 of the PlayStation Experience. We hope you guys enjoyed yourself. We're at 18 grand, you said now, for Games for Guru?
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep watching, donate. We can make it to 19. Let's just make it happen.
That'd be amazing for you to make it to 19 before Empire closes. Coming up next, Xbox Empire.
Donate. $10 gets you entered into all kind of prize giveaway stuff, none of which includes PlayStation. But hey, who cares?
What would we give away?
It's for a good cause. You can't play it.
Here's a DualSense.
Yeah.
Play some PC
Here's
games.
some PlayStation money.
Here's the box from Walmart that's shoot through somehow around the security device.
All right, guys. Here we go.
Deuces.
PlayStation Let's go! Who's up next?
Go.
Welcome, Internet, to the Xbox Empire podcast, part of the Play Some Video Games network of podcasts. That's right, you got to do the head thing. I'm Elaine. Donnie's here. We're joined by Nathan this week, too.
Amber, guess who's back? What's up, Nate?
Hello.
Guess who's back to
Good
start
evening,
trouble.
everybody. I'm only here to start fires, trouble, and be like in a void. So,
Yeah. But if anyone's listening to the audio version of this, he's literally made his entire background black, and it's freaking me out, man.
He's wearing a black blazer of all things, too. It's just like a floating head.
There's a lot happening, and my brain is struggling to process it all. But we're here, and we are podcasting on a Sunday. Donnie, why don't you tell the nice people why we're recording this at a different time than usual?
Yeah, we are gaming for Guru, hashtag gaming for Guru. We are raising money to support our good friend, Bobby Pauls, who's been in the ICU and in a coma for COVID-related issues since Halloween. He's missed all kinds of stuff, man. He missed Christmas, he missed the elections, he missed all these releases. Age of Calamity. If you knew Bobby, you know he's gonna be like, there's a Zelda game that released. It's gonna bother him a lot. So we are trying to raise money and helping him with what undoubtedly will be a long recuperation and a lot of medical bills. And I am not like real happy about that. We've been streaming all day long. We are here to close it out. We have raised to this point $18,415.
Oh, baby.
When we started this morning, it was at like just over 16,000.
Yeah.
Today has been a big day for the cause, and I'm very excited. Thank you, Anthony Wambach, who just donated $50. So here's the deal.
Let's go.
If you're hearing this on the podcast feed and you're not watching us live, there's still time to donate. You can donate. We're taking donations until the 26th, I think. And for every $10 that you put in, you earn an entry into the raffle. So if you put in $50, like Anthony just did, you get 5 entries. We're giving away an Xbox Series S. We're giving away 6 months of Game Pass. We're giving away a Nintendo Switch, PDP gaming accessories. We've got game codes for days. We have all kinds of stuff. We're gonna have a lot of prizes. I think at least like 100. It's not like 5 prizes, and you're like in here, like you're hoping your ticket's one of the lucky 5. We're gonna have a lot of giveaways. So $10 for those of you in the chat. I still see you with us. You watch this live right now. You can donate right now. You can put your name in the raffle. When we started this morning at 16,000, I was like, it'd be really amazing if we could hit 17. And then we got to 17 and started creeping up slowly. And then Rebecca, man, just crushed it, as she always does, our internet superstar. And it went over 18, and I'm like blown away. And I'm like, that's amazing. And here I am sitting here 2 hours away from, I think we're the final stream on today. I don't remember the schedule. But I was like, man, if it could go to 19, wow.
Let's go, kids.
Because I know Rebecca's donating all of the funds from her stream today. So like we have a lot more that's coming that just hasn't been donated yet. I mean, there's a chance that if we could get to 19 before the donations in, there's a chance it could be at 20 by it's all said and done, like when everything's consolidated and closed out. And that would be incredible. So that's what we're doing.
It's a lovely collection of communities, and they're wonderful people. That's really what it is. It's not just our community; it's a bunch of other communities
10
as well.
podcasts,
all of
Quest for Pixels, Mega Dads, Joe After Work, Cato Potato, Holly Crossing, Lizabelle, just all kinds of people. I mean, obviously Sean and the Xbox Drive. Yeah, I mean, just everybody. Like it's kind of our little community corner. All of us little podcasters that could. We kind of banded together. We pulled an Avengers, if you want.
We did, except we're like, maybe we've got some cardboard boxes in place of some of the armor, but we're here for it. Okay,
that's true.
All the way.
That
Look,
works.
all right.
It's like when South Park played the Avengers.
Yeah,
that's what we're doing.
We don't have the shiny armor. Okay, look.
Yeah.
All right, it's not official. It's like off-brand. Like when you go to the Halloween store and it's like
hockey
video
pads.
game guy. Yeah, but we're very enthusiastic. But we make up for the shiny armor with our enthusiasm.
18,565.
It's obviously paying off.
There we go.
Let's
Still
go,
going.
kids.
Still going.
Suit up, chat.
$565. We're less than $500 away from $19,000.
Let's go. That's crazy. That's so much
crazy.
money
And it
in,
could
like,
be you.
3
If you're
days.
listening to this, it could be you. You could be the difference that puts us over the edge.
I'm going to read this chat message because it made me laugh. Off-brand Avengers, just like the Avengers game. That's good. Like,
It's true.
woo!
Oh, Sean, thank you so much for the chat. Sean says merch too. That's right. We have merch. You can buy a Gaming for Guru t-shirt. All the proceeds for that goes into the pot too. So like I said, the pot that you see is bigger than what it is now. And who knows what's going to tell when all the T's and when all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted.
I like to dot my T's and cross my I's, though. Whatever.
Very important question. Is the pot bigger than Elaine's coffee cup?
Nothing is bigger than my coffee
That's
cup.
true.
It's never ending.
You having your drink reminds me I need to fill my rum.
Yeah. You having your drink reminds me I need to drink things.
Hydrate, y'all.
Oh, you're drinking water like a grown-up.
It's after 7. I can't drink calories.
That's what the bourbon's for, right?
You're so pretty. All right, there's news to talk about now that we've discussed all of this. Look, I drink a lot of water. I should be clear. I can't roll past an opportunity to tease Nathan. It's too fun.
Yes.
In his coffin that he's in right now. All right, we got to. There's no way to start the news other than to talk about this Lucasfilms game situation. So let's talk about Bethesda first because I wanna.
Okay.
Because I wanna. So here's the deal: Machine Games and Bethesda put out a tiny little trailer of a video game on Twitter and everywhere on the internet this week. It's been a long week. It could have been 12 years ago, and I would not know. And they're panning over a bunch of stuff, and it turns out it's an Indiana Jones property game, and I was not expecting that. It still fits. It's still Nazi murder, so I'm still here for it. Like, there's no information other than it's, Machine Games, the makers of all the Wolfenstein, and it's Indiana Jones.
It's going to take place in like Italy, like in the 40s or 50s, right?
Rome in the 30s, late 30s.
What was the timing? Where does that put it in the movie timeline? It's
in
been a
between
long time.
Raiders and Last Crusade.
Okay. I needed that. I didn't do my proper research before the podcast.
Resident Lucasfilm.
Good. I'm glad you're here because I'm flying completely by the seat of my pants on this one. In terms of that,
I love when I say Italy and he goes Rome. Actually, Rome.
Actually,
I consulted the ghosts in my coffin, and they said
because in the trailer, right, it's like the Vatican.
Skeleton 5 over here says,
"Yeah, he might be in a tomb right now. We don't know." I'm really excited about this. I have not hated anything that Machine Games has done. So, like, let's do Indiana Jones. Like, let's first person Indiana Jones it. That's what I would like. I don't know. What about you guys? Where do you land,
Nathan?
So, first person, I wouldn't like to see that. I'd like to see what Respawn did. So, Respawn was a traditional first person developer, right? And then they did the Jedi Fallen Order game, which was a third-person fantastic game. I'd love to see Machine Games expand their horizons a little bit and get into that genre too, and focus on what makes Indiana Jones, right? So you're in the past. There's no modern technology or anything, so you're focusing on that. You're focusing on the whip mechanics. You're focusing on the World War II, World War I type aesthetic. I think that they could do a really good job with that. And if you make it a third-person adventure game, that's where I think a lot of people go. I mean, honestly, the last Indiana Jones game that came out was a third-person adventure game. I think it was on the Wii.
Yeah, I don't. Yes, if we're not counting any of the Lego property stuff. Look, here's my thing about that, though. We've done a lot of games like that. Comes up against some stiff competition, right? Mm-hmm. Like you're coming up against Uncharted, you're coming up against Tomb Raider, which, while different, have done this kind of in a very like modern sense. Mm-hmm. So that's why my head says, give me a first-person one. At least it will feel different than shoving it into this battle.
First-person shooter whip mechanics?
Yeah, let me freaking... Wow. Yeah, sure.
Was that Bulletstorm that did something like that?
Yeah, kind of. So that like that. Yeah, that's not...
It's very doable. Or it doesn't have to be a shooter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be...
I don't like that. Just
make it the Witness
that out of
Indiana Jones.
The first thing that I thought of... All right, so I got a couple of things. First thing, I'm not a huge Indiana Jones movie fan.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah, Nathan's gonna cry in his steam.
The second thing,
I like Indiana Jones a great deal, although I'm not like a super fan. I fell
first
somewhere
thing
in
I
between.
thought of when I first saw this was I thought it was an announcement, and I was like, they're not gonna make Wolf 3 for this, and I was mad. But
There's
then
no
as I
way.
read about it, this is a game is a long way away, and I
Yes.
think they are making Wolf 3, so I think we're gonna get Wolf 3 first. I don't like the idea of Machine Games not doing shooter game, because that's why I love Machine Games, but they're a great dev. Maybe they totally can. I just would hate, I don't want to say hate, that's not the right word, because I might like it. Because here's the thing, while I may not be a huge fan of Indiana Jones, I love Uncharted and Tomb Raider and those games.
Sure.
So while I may not be a fan of the movies, I may love the game, right? So I'm not ruling that out. But there's a part of me that's like, they make a third-person action-adventure game that's great, and that's what they do for the next decade. And it's like, I don't know about that.
They have a lot of resources, and they've, with the exception of one of their titles that I did not particularly love, have put together a lot of goodwill, right? So they could do both. They could grow and end up doing both, and people would probably be very happy to see that. They could do more third person if they decide to go that way for Indiana Jones. They could do more of that if it was successful, and still give you Nazi shooting Wolfenstein.
Because it's so funny, because when they were acquired, we were like, man, if Machine Games made like a Gears game, or if they did like a Doom game, and now it's like, we're doing an Indiana Jones game. It's like, oh.
I think this fits better in their wheelhouse than them touching either of those two franchises. Personally, like, I don't need you to touch Doom. It's fine.
Oh, of course it is.
You know what I mean?
But we
Like,
were
good.
talking about what could be.
Right, sure.
Right, and this is a far cry from that.
It's still Nazi murder.
Yeah, but it's a
still
completely different game.
Look, yes, but that doesn't matter. They're still ready to fight.
As long as it's
everybody.
Nazis.
As long as it's Nazis, and you can murder them. So, I mean, I have very few wants when it comes to this situation. I do agree with you. I think we're going to get Wolf 3 first.
I agree.
Because there's no way that's not already in the works with the gears turning.
I think it's next year. Or this year.
You think it's next year?
I think it's this year. I think it's next fall.
Really?
I do.
When would they announce it? The summer?
Yeah.
Okay. Look, I want more Wolfenstein. I want you to be right.
Unless,
I want to argue with you.
Unless it's just been pushed off, because of COVID and everything. But which everything that's coming out, I'm just assuming it's getting delayed. But if I had to bet, if we were doing like a fantasy league or anything, I think Wolfenstein 3 is coming out, and I think it's coming out this year.
That would be lovely. I would love to play more Wolfenstein this year. I'd love to play a lot of things this year. I also don't have any time to play all these video games, so I don't know. I'm conflicted, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I suppose we can talk about Jedi Fallen Order here, because Nathan.
Wait a minute, we didn't talk about the
you want to talk about that one first? All right.
No, it's just the most important thing about this story is everybody arguing on the internet as to whether or not it's going to be exclusive.
Oh, that's true.
I'm already tired of this.
For Indiana Jones, this argument. That's why I breezed past it. I'm so tired of this.
I know, but we have to talk about it. We have to.
Do we have?
It's noteworthy. We have to.
The answer is probably yes. The answer is this one probably yes.
Is exclusive?
It's a new IP. Yes.
Wow.
I really do think this one is.
I love this, but like, you're going against the collective internet.
Fine, fight me on it. It's a new IP, quote unquote, that hasn't been done in a very long time.
But Elaine, it's a license. Disney's not going to let them do that.
Money talks, Donnie.
Yeah, it does.
And Microsoft has a lot of it. I don't.
I came here to fight.
Look.
I got nothing.
Microsoft. See, you were. I like to surprise people. I looked at this for a long time, and I really thought about it, and I understand the counterpoint that, like, oh, it's licensed, oh, it's Disney. I get that, but Indiana Jones has been stagnant for how long? That last movie sucked. It was bad. I don't think anyone's going to argue with me on that last one. It was not a good film. I can see enough money going from Microsoft to Disney to quiet them down for a hot minute. Do whatever you're going to do with Disney Plus. Roll those movies out fresh and hot. We'll put this thing out on Xbox.
Just to now play devil's advocate, because I think I want to. I mean, that's where I would go with it. But just play devil's advocate for the people out there saying that this was a deal that was inked long before the acquisition, everything. I think that's totally possible, and I still think that it could very well still be a timed exclusive. I could still very well see it being like its first year on Xbox, and then it comes later.
If the deal was penned before all this stuff, without not knowing all this was going to happen, because that stuff was in the works for a really long time too.
Yeah.
So
they knew about it the whole time. And this game's not even in development yet.
Right.
People are acting like they've already concluded everything about everything. It's like they haven't even started making it.
I don't know. I don't see, like, they paid a lot of money for this company, and you've said that before. This this one's big. I could see them really wanting it.
At least
I could see that.
At least timed.
At the very least, yeah, timed. But I could see them just being like, you know what, screw it.
But my initial reaction when the news broke, I'm so over every time Bethesda's linked to a game, the collective internet arguing over the reasons why and why it's not. It's like, I'm ready for Xbox to put this to bed. I don't want to keep doing this every time. And here's the ultimate thing, which we said when they bought them. I don't care. It's coming to Game Pass.
I don't care. That's where the reason
I don't care.
Right past this, and I'm gonna
put it on Ouya. I don't care. Put it on Stadia. It's coming to Game Pass. That's all I care about.
I can play it on my phone. Such a stupid thing to say, but like I really don't. I don't care if it's a timed exclusive. Cool. If it's only on Xbox, cool. If it's on everything, fine. I don't care.
There were long threads. I have an Xbox list that I follow with like all the Xbox podcasters and creators and stuff, and there was long threads of back and forth, exclusive or not exclusive. No, it's gonna be on PlayStation. It's Disney. It's like, who cares? It's on Game Pass.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I don't care. It's on Game Pass.
That's what I took away from the news. We're getting an Indiana Jones game on Game Pass.
I just want a T-shirt that says, "I don't care if it's on Game Pass." Like, as long as it's on Game Pass, I don't care.
It's a sweet deal.
I don't know. This one I could see because it's a big deal and it's like the first fresh one, the fresh IP that hasn't already been linked to PlayStation, like other stuff like Deathloop and everything like that.
Yeah.
I could see them do. I could see this being the one where they're just like, well, too bad, so sad. We threw a bunch of money at Disney.
Buy an Xbox.
Buy an Xbox. Play it on your phone.
Play it
Buy
on
Game
PC.
Pass.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care if you own an Xbox.
Game Pass.
All right. Now let's talk about Star Wars, kids.
That's why Nathan's here.
Damn it. You left the door open again. You really got to lock the back door.
Just to warn you, this is your first time podcasting. He talks a lot about Star Wars.
Even better, because I don't. That's cool. All right. Well, let's do the quick one first, and then we'll talk about the long one in a second. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order has received its next-gen systems patch at this point. Basically, you get a performance mode, right, and a normal mode or some such nonsense.
Dev says it's amazing.
I've heard really good things. Yeah. I've heard that it runs really, really nicely. So I have not played it yet.
Neither have I.
Because I'm a bad video
game
gamer.
At all?
It came out at a time when I just could not. There's too much. So cool. I get to play the best version of it now.
Yeah. Well, I played the first time, and my takeaway from it was like it was like kind of good. Like it was good. Like everything was production. But I think you might remember, Nathan. It was like I thought it was kind of jerky and kind of janky at launch. It was a little rough around the edges.
At launch, it was.
Yeah.
It was a little stiff. You could call it. You know,
stiff. Yeah.
Not quite smoothed out yet.
Yeah.
Stiff.
But
I like stiff.
That was a good way of putting it. It was kind of weird.
I like the idea that the video game couldn't get out of bed. It had to stretch a little. And
it was like cracking
like
back.
me.
Get a little yoga going.
Yeah, I got to do my DDP yoga. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. You know? Okay, now we can talk about it.
So I'm excited to go back to it.
Yes.
So
me too.
I haven't seen the actual Series X/S patch on the Series X yet, though.
So
like it doesn't show up on like the game library as being X enhanced. You know what I mean?
I don't think it. Is it? I don't think it is X enhanced. I think they just patched the game. Like it's
so they've had the patch, so you can go in there, you can change performance mode, but this isn't technically a next gen patch, right?
Yeah, no, this isn't the enhanced version of the game. This is just the regular. It's just the backwards compatible version of the game that just runs this well now,
but better. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is just there. Here we have performance options for you now, which is, I mean, that's welcome for me. Like I want the choice. I like the choice.
$18,660. You beautiful people.
Woo-hoo.
We are
that money,
so
kids?
close. We're $340 away.
Donnie might actually explode. So if you're gonna do it, you might not do it.
If we had 19,000, I'm gonna like.
He's gonna have a heart attack.
Yeah, it's gonna blow my mind. That was so far beyond. Here's the thing. Sorry to interrupt you, Nathan. I'm gonna do this a lot.
How dare you?
No, you're fine.
When we started today, I was legit concerned because so many of our podcasts that we're doing this with, we share listeners, and we're going on last. I was like, all of our listeners have already donated, and like, especially with Game Tech, like it started off kind of, I don't want to say slow. You know, we had a few donations, but not like a lot. And I was like, oh no. Like I kind of felt like maybe we're letting people down. And that's just me because I take it all on, you know, but I was just like, oh, I want to do more. And then like with Shaq started getting going, we started building momentum and people were donating with Kevin and Garrett and Rebecca. And it's like, now I'm just like over the moon. I'm like, this is amazing. Like, look what we did. And now it's like, we could do 19. That's blowing my mind.
You need to, you're going to hurt yourself. Like I'm concerned.
I'm sorry.
Like, I'm just Look,
Donnie's about to have a hernia over here.
Yeah. No, don't apologize. The enthusiasm is rad. Like what this community of people has done for somebody who
I'm
needs
really proud.
help is
really
very
proud.
lovely. Yeah, it's really like a cool thing to be a part of.
Yeah.
It makes my heart all warm and fuzzy, and that's
Yeah.
weird. You know, like it's a weird feeling. It's like, ooh, good vibes? Tricky. All right, Nathan, talk to me about, since you're the Star Wars guy. Let's be serious. You're sitting in the Imperial
Super
ship.
Saiyan Emperor. Yeah.
Talk to me about what Ubisoft is doing here.
So Ubisoft is what I call them.
We're not having a fight on the show. We're not doing this today, sir.
And their developer Massive is doing an open world Star Wars game, which Massive, they did Division 1 and 2, which were both really decent games. I mean, they weren't great. They were like, 8 out of 10 type games. They were good. I liked them personally.
Man,
but
AAA games, 8 out of 10 is just decent. Sorry.
It's fine. It's okay. It's fine.
It's kind of mediocre.
With so many games to play, you know what I mean?
Yes, I think, yeah, but it's a funny thing to say. Like those are big games with tons of content. They're fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's all right.
But they are actually really fun to play. So if you haven't played the Division games, I think one of them is even on Game Pass. At least it was, if it's not still. But it's a fun game. The second one was set in Washington D.C., which had is interesting now. But they are making a new game based in the Star Wars universe. It's open world. It could be Division-esque. It might not be. You don't know. We don't have a lot of details except for a screenshot basically that says that Massive is making the game. But if you're to look a little bit deeper behind what Massive has done, it's kind of that genre.
Yeah.
So you could look at maybe like a bounty hunter type game where you're not a Force user in that universe, you're doing your thing, which actually sounds pretty compelling to me because a lot of the games you're always the Jedi, right? You look at Jedi Fallen Order, that's built for that. But if you look at like a ground roots game and you're like a bounty hunter or a scoundrel or someone just trying to make their way in the galaxy, that's a perfect area to do that in.
Do you know
so
what
give me like a... Go ahead.
Do you know what this makes me think of? And since you're here, you'll know. Do you remember Republic Commando?
I love Republic Commando.
So I love Republic Commando.
Did you see his face?
One of my favorite original Xbox games. Loved it.
I tried to get Donnie to play Republic Commando. He said no.
So good.
Look at somebody the way that Nathan looks at people when they say Republic Commando.
Republic Commandos. We are having a moment, Donnie. All right, let us have our moment. I've been teasing him since he came into the show, and now we're having our moment. I want that. I want like a squad based that kind of a game, and I loved that game, and I think that would kind of fit really nicely with with their background, right? So like, give me more of that.
And it could fit in with what they're doing with Disney Plus. They're doing a Bad Batch series, which is going to be kind of taking those clone commandos that we've seen in the Clone Wars and telling more of their story. So I'm wondering if they're going to tie in any of that with this, if they're going to do that, or if they're going to do more of that any man make your own person in a galaxy type situation.
It's gonna be like more like story, because they mentioned story driven, and I don't think of the Division as story driven. Like there's some narrative there, but it's not story driven.
There's a pretty decent story in both the Division games.
Yeah, it's there.
But it's a lot of people think of Division, they think of like the post game content, or they think of all like the raid type situations where you need to have the high level gear and you go into the dark zones and all those things. But the core of Division is actually a really interesting story about the T virus.
I played a bit of the second one.
The dollar virus, or the
dollar virus.
Something like that.
I played a bit of the second one. It's not what I would not call it story driven. There is a story, but is it driven? Like, is that the game? No. You don't have to really pay attention to it to keep playing.
No, that's fair.
Well, it's like the Assassin's Creed or any Ubisoft game. You don't have to pay attention to the story to keep playing.
Yeah, I guess.
You don't have to care. You never have to care, right? We're never up against it unless it's like,
I was wondering if maybe this could be more of a narrative RPG and maybe not the Division type. I know everybody's going Division because that's what they know, but could it be something else?
Well, I want it to be KOTOR, but we're not going to be that.
That's what I was thinking.
So I don't want, but I also don't know that I need another Force user game. Like, I think I'm with Nathan on this. Like, I'm good. Let me.
I'm with you there. Yeah, I'm with both.
You know
of
what I mean?
On that too.
I don't know. I'm excited about this. How long do we think this is out though? Like 5, 10?
Isn't it funny that both of these games, like even at least with the one, we got like a little snippet, like make believe trailer, but like both these games are years and years and years away. It was crazy that they even.
These are just hype announcements. They want you to know that they're doing something, that there's something on the horizon to get you excited about. That's basically what these announcements both were. Yeah. But I think we're not going to see anything really tangible until maybe 23, 24.
Also signals like the end of the EA exclusivity, which I know a lot of people are catching on.
Yeah. I think, look, I think this is the fill the January quiet machine time video games. You know, like it's like trailers. Like they just want to remember. Hey guys, remember cool video games? We're making them. I promise.
I do worry when games get announced like this that are so far out, then you end up waiting on them for 5 or 6, 7 years,
and then you're disappointed because you built all this stuff in your head about what it should be.
Well, because like 2 or 3 years go by and you're like, what? Where is it? What's going on? You know, like that's the problem. You start announcing games for they're even in development.
I would prefer to get an announcement 6 months before release. That's where I always want to be with video games. And I understand that's not how PR and marketing and the spin machine work, but that's what I always want because I feel like I know what to expect and that I'm getting it. It's done by then or very close.
And how much of this is like the Disney way? Because they do this with the movies and stuff too, right? They're like, we've got a Iron Man movie coming out in 2026, you know, like they kind of have like these long roadmaps for their stuff.
They do. Right. And, you know, I don't know. I don't love it. I hate it in movies. I don't like it in games. I just want to know. I want you to give me the 6-month window and then give me the video game. I don't.
At least Machine Games was like, and now we're gonna go away now. Like, you know, it's like it's gonna be a little while before you hear from us again.
We know. It's just stay over there. Stop making trailers. Like it's fine. I know that's like I said. I know it's not how it works. I just wish it was. So we got one more story. It wouldn't be a lull in news without Joseph Ferris giving an interview. I'm not going to repeat the text of this because it's not family friendly. He basically dropped a bunch of F-bombs. He hates the name of the Series X and S Xboxes. And he wanted to make sure you really understand that he doesn't like them. There is a sentence in here that just says,
he really effing doesn't like them.
He really effing doesn't like them. They're losing it, man. This guy, they got to keep him off a microphone.
Yeah, it's kind of like you got to be at least a little nervous when you're like, hey, what do you think, Joseph?
Oh no. Like I wish every time that he starts talking, I'm like, please stop.
Can we get him like a media person? You a PR person?
They probably all quit. They probably tried.
Yeah.
They probably tried to write stuff for him to say, and he probably set it on
fire. We've been talking about this for a year since they named it. So my answer with names is that I don't think they matter because I think there's plenty of examples of dumb names that just catch on. So sure. I don't really think it matters if the product's good. That said, if a lot of people don't like the name, then it's obviously the name isn't good. Even if it's a good name. If the majority of people don't like it, then it's a bad name.
I haven't liked any of the names of their consoles. I did not like the Xbox 360's name. I did not like Xbox One. You could have at least stuck with that and said Xbox 2 or Next.
I think that would have been worse. That would have been even dumber.
It's just they're all bad.
It's like the fourth one and they're like Xbox 2. Like that's worse.
I think leaving the X and S in when you're switching the generation over was a bad move, man. It's confusing. It's confusing.
I like it. I think it sounds techie. It's very techie.
Sure.
And I point to Phil Spencer just recently did a giant interview with The Verge. Yeah. But this one took me like 20 minutes to read. It's big.
Where does this man find all this time?
And they asked him about this, and he goes, yeah, he's like, you know, obviously saying Series S and Series X in a sentence. He even says, he's like, it's kind of a mouthful. There's a lot of in there. He's like, but you know what? And this is probably the best way that I have ever really heard anybody address it. He goes, but you know what? People walk into a store. One of them's $500. One of them's $300. He goes, you know what? To most people, that's the one that matters.
Sure.
That's the difference. Doesn't matter what the name is. He's like, one's black, one's white, but it doesn't matter. One's $500. And he's like, I walk in, I get an iPhone. I don't know which one's which. I know one's $1,000 and one's $700. He's like, that really informs me which one I want most.
But it's like phones do this well. They just iterate the number at the end. And the PlayStation has done this well. Because you know what the newest one is? It's the one with the biggest number. Do you know what I mean? Like for non-video game people or people who just don't follow it, it's a lot less confusing to find a scheme that you can iterate. And yes, it's not sexy or fun, and you don't get a hot new name. You just get a.
But when we make these arguments on Twitter, we make it in this idea that like there's a shelf of a lineage of Xbox consoles. They're all in a row, and you got to pick one. But there's not. There are no Xbox ones. Like they're all going off the shelves. Like they're all being done away with. Eventually, it'll just be the new ones. You just buy that one.
Yes, but in the interim, there was a story. Like when the Series X pre-orders went up, people started accidentally buying one X's. Yeah, it does happen.
But when you read that story, it was like 4,000 of 400,000 orders.
Sure.
So it was 1% of those people that were just dumb and did that. So is that really a story or?
I don't know, because when you search on Amazon, that's part of Amazon's algorithm being crappy.
Is that a story?
Too, but
those could have just been bots.
Yes. This is one thing I think that Sony does better. I just do. I think they found a name. They found a name that worked, and there's many things that everybody does better, but this is just Nintendo's not good at this either, kids. They're just not.
Oh man,
They're
you go look at their lineage. But did it matter? Do you know how many DS they sold?
It did.
They sold 150 million DSs.
I genuinely think for the Wii U, the name mattered.
But you can't say for the Wii U it mattered when the DS was selling at the same time and it sold astronomical. Those are apple to apple comparisons, and that doesn't.
They're not because it's never true. And this is not a Nintendo podcast, but I'll make this point: handheld stuff never plays by the same rules ever. It never has. It never has, because the Game Boy Advance did the same thing by adding
the DS Lite, the DSi, the DS.
People don't give a shit. There are other countries that they dump tons of handheld stock into. That's a whole different thing. Yeah. You know.
Well, when we were talking about this at the launch, I mentioned when I was buying my TV, like trying to buy a TV and following those model numbers, that's a train wreck.
That's a nightmare too.
Yeah.
Although LG does an okay job with that.
I think it's fine. I think this is just like gamer culture.
Yes.
Just exaggerating something.
We're nitpicking nonsense, right? Mm-hmm. Like, it doesn't matter. You're right. In 6 months, when the old consoles are finally completely off shelves and it doesn't matter anymore, it doesn't matter anymore. Who cares?
Aren't there like 5 versions of the NVIDIA 3000 line? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like
RTX.
Did you get one of those? You're gonna get confused on those?
But also, like, my mom is not going to buy a graphics card. Like,
yeah, but gamers are.
How do you know?
There's more graphics cards than consoles. We get told that all the time.
My mom is so cool. I have to remote into her computer to fix things. Let's just not. I love my mother. She's not listening to this.
Ultimately, my issue is that I just think it's odd how the collective media will focus in on one of these points for like one company.
Yes.
Right? And then it just becomes the
narrative. Weakest argument, though. It's the weakest argument.
It's so dumb.
It's stupid. Arguing about console names is ultimately super stupid. It doesn't matter. It matters
what was
not.
The Ouya or the Wii? Was the Wii a great name? Sold 100 million of those.
The name ultimately only matters in the transition period if it's confusing. And after that 6-month period is over, we're done here. Who cares?
Yeah.
Like, who cares? It's like everything else. I don't care. It'd be nice if you would We
went Genesis, Saturn, Dreamcast.
Oh, Dreamcast was a good name, though. GameCube was great because it was actually a cube.
Game Gear, Game Boy.
Yeah, console names are stupid, kids.
Yeah, they're dumb.
They're all dumb. Party, like when you say them out loud in an adult company that doesn't play games, you feel stupid every time.
Before we move on, I did want to bring up, did you guys see that it was deleted, but did you guys see the tweet from Clobril about Halo?
No.
Clobril said that Halo will not have a battle royale, which that's the news part that I think was worth talking about. But he also said that instead of having battle royale, it will have big team battle like 2.0, like a new take on big team battle, but like bigger. And I was thinking like Battlefront or like Battlefield.
I don't know that they're going to go that far, but I'm not surprised it's not going to have a battle royale. I know everybody else was really lashed onto that idea, and I was just sitting here like, I'm just not all the way buying it, but I don't have an argument against it happening.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, give us like some sort of big team stuff. I don't think they're going to go as far as that. What are those team sizes? 64?
It's like 100 players. Yeah.
There's no way.
Isn't big team battle in like Halo 4 like supposed to be 32? Is
that what it is?
Dude, you're asking me about multiplayer Halo. I don't know.
I don't know anything.
Come on, Donnie. You're the knowledge base on that.
Right? I just played Halo 4. Yeah, no.
You finally played the hottest video game.
After Nathan told me to play them all one at a time, I finally started playing them.
You finally got the one, though.
Have you done Gears yet? That's what we were supposed to do. I was supposed to do Halo. He's supposed to do Gears.
He hasn't played Gears?
I did Gears 5, but I did not do Hivebusters yet. I started Hivebusters.
Gotta do Hivebusters.
Hivebusters is very good.
It looks very pretty.
So
it's so colorful.
Okay, Nathan, what do you think about this?
So Halo not having a Battle Royale mode is kind of weird, especially right now in the current climate with all these big shooters coming out that have it. And that is a very sustainable, very easy revenue model for a lot of these companies, just to put out a new skin that doesn't matter. Overall, it's just a skin the way you look in the game. You charge extra for ones that you make purple or whatever, right? So for it to be a continuity stream for them for revenue, I would think that a Battle Royale is a no-brainer, right? From that perspective. But if they're trying to do their own thing, right, and make a big team battle like 2.0 or whatever, make it like a 50 on 50 or something, that just doesn't seem quite as interesting to me because when you play a battle royale like Apex Legends, right? You're a team of 3 or 2 or whatever it is against 30 other teams, and then the best of the teams get to that final ring and go from there, and they're the winners. But if it's like a big team battle 2.0, to me in my mind, that's like you have 2 big teams, as it says, and it doesn't feel as epic. It doesn't feel as good once you get to that final.
He did mention
round.
that they're going to have like big, like tanks and ghosts and like plane drops. Like they're going to make it epic. So if you're looking for that grandeur, he mentioned in his tweets that he thought that was going to be a part of it. Does that do anything for you? No.
I don't know until I see it, right?
Sure, of course.
Yeah, I agree with
Just
this.
thinking of it from my current perspective and what I've experienced so far, for them to say that, you still just have a 1 versus 1 technically, right? You're red versus blue or whatever.
Or just a grunt in this big warfare.
Absolutely.
Right. And part of the thrill of like an Apex is like you could be in a firefight between 3 other teams, and who's going to come out on top?
Yeah, you're king of the mountain.
And then you revive your team and keep on going. Exactly. And if you don't have that scenario, it doesn't make it last. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have that living power where people want to keep going back and get that thrill if it's just a two team thing.
I spent a lot of time in college with a lot of folks who played a lot of Halo competitively. And I don't know, I would be curious how they feel about this, because they would not have wanted a battle royale at the time. Or even now-ish in the last couple of years.
Sure.
It's to them, that's not Halo, right?
Nope.
Oh, I get that from somewhere else. I don't want that in this thing. So I'm kind of curious, because I don't play multiplayer Halo. I love the campaigns, but I won't play the multi, really. It's not me. I'm curious how that community feels about this back and forth conversation, if they even care,
But that community used to be the lead community for multiplayer first-person shooters, and now they're not.
But also, and
they're not close.
Do they really want to try to push into a space where they have some really stiff competition for player time? People have invested hundreds of dollars, thousands of hours into Fortnite. Do they really think that they're going to draw those?
But I think that's a space that Halo lost. I kind of feel like that's what you make Halo for. Because Halo used to be the leader in that space, and now they're not.
They missed that boat, so I almost feel like they have to let that go and stick with what they do well, or go the battlefield route and make it kind of a little bit of a bigger battle, because I think they missed the boat on getting player share for battle royale at this point. It's too late.
I found this news mostly surprising. He did mention that Forge will be a big part of this, and maybe people can make their own battle royale. I don't know if that's going to take off or something. All right, here's ultimately my thoughts. I think you're missing the boat. If you're a big part of their pitch was, we're going to make Halo free to play. And that just screams battle royale. What are you making it free to play if, I'm really thinking of my son, because it's not so much me, but my son, he's really into Halo. He plays battle royale. He doesn't play firefights or capture the flag or king. He doesn't play any other shooter. He plays battle royale. And if Halo had a battle royale, he'd be there day one playing battle royale. And if it has a big team battle, he's probably never going to play it. Because he doesn't know it. He's not going to take to it. It's not what he knows. It's not what he likes. It's not what he plays. It's not what his friends play. Sure. So Kevin actually won me over to this. Kevin was like, they need to capture a new brand of Halo players. It's not so much about, you can still have the firefights and the big team battles and stuff, but Halo has to find the new Halo fan, the new Halo player. You can't rely on the people that played Halo 20 years ago. And I agree with that. I think Kevin was spot on with that, actually. Because if you're constantly catering to that person that's 35 and grew up playing Halo, Halo's going to die that way.
I don't know how much time they have left. And I know this will be an unpopular opinion, but I think that a lot of their share has been pulled away by something like Destiny.
Yeah.
And some the battle royales. And I don't actually know if they have enough time on the clock with this franchise to make up the ground. I think I don't think they have infinite numbers of Halos left. This might be their Halo. I think the people, you know what I mean? The people the reason Halo is still happening is because those people who've played it for decades are holding on.
Sure.
I don't know that you get new players. I don't know you get a new fan base. I think that it might be on its way out slowly, but it might be it is.
If it launches without battle royale, that also doesn't mean it won't get one.
Sure.
They could do the big team battle. Maybe it doesn't work, and 2 years or later, they launch a battle royale. That wouldn't be uncommon for a service shooter game that we know of.
Or they could look at it and say, hey, Microsoft could say, hey, we're doing better with Gears. We're doing better with this. Maybe it's time to sunset this thing and leverage resources into a different place. Who knows? I could see it happening, though. I really don't know that we have a never-ending stream of Halo left in front of us for this, you know.
And if Forge does, like, if people do create battle royales and they start playing it, it might be one of those things where the people demand it. You know, they show it, like, we're not playing big team battle, we're playing our own battle royales because you won't give us one. Make one.
That could very well happen too. I could very well be wrong, but you know, I think that this game is going to be a really interesting tell for what the future holds for Halo.
I just want a story. I don't care about battle royale. I just want it to be good. But battle royale,
want Halo to focus on the single player first, right? Focus on that single player story, and then multiplayer. And this is sacrilegious for any Halo fan, right? Make the multiplayer second place, and just like make it what it has been in the past to satiate the fans that want multiplayer. And just give us a fantastic, amazing story with great set pieces.
I would really love that.
That's all I really want.
Coming hot off of these last 2 Halo games, which were not my personal favorites, I would really love a game to pull me back to the story. So,
I mean, carte blanche, if it were me, if there was a battle royale, I'd play it. I'd play a few rounds just because I know battle royale. It's like, yeah, I get it. I know I'm going to try to shoot everybody until I'm the last one standing. If it's like big team battle, it's this thing I've never done before and I don't really know where to go and I don't know where people spawn, I'm not going to play that. It's like Gears. I don't play Gears multiplayer because it's like they're really good and I'm not, and I don't know what to do, and I'm just not going to do it.
I only ever played Gears in Horde mode.
I play Horde. Yeah,
I like Horde mode.
See, that's where if they just give us the same Halo, I'm like, I'm never going to play that.
I'm speaking to this from a person who does not like competitive multiplayer. Like I don't like battle royales either, and they're just not for me. I just don't enjoy them. So, and I realize like what that, you know, that
I play a Halo Horde too. I'll do that.
I would play a Halo Horde.
Yeah,
I would play like I like competitive multiplayer. So, all right. Well, I think that does it for the news. Why don't we? So we kind of queued this up a little before the holidays and then decided to hold it for this episode because we had some time here to sit and dig into some of this. So the Xbox One has had its time in the sun and it has been sunset into the series consoles. But, you know, we wanted to look back at the Xbox One and how it evolved and how it changed and its weird rolling legacy that it's had that led us to the point that we're at now. So Donnie, why don't you get us started here? Let's talk about these consoles.
The best way to appreciate what we have is kind of look at where it came from, right?
Yeah.
And I did this with the Switch and Wii U, and I thought this would be a really great way for like a special episode like this. Be a really great way of kind of ringing it in and just kind of remembering the Xbox One. So I wrote down some bullet points. So originally unveiled in May 2013, shown again in June at E3, and then launched in November 13th, 2013. Xbox One was troubled, to say it best.
TV.
It was a really ugly unveiling, internet arguing, and launch for this thing. It was among the ugliest I have ever seen.
The leaks happened way out in advance of its unveiling, that it required an constant online, always online connection. That leaked in April, which led then Microsoft Studios employee Adam Orth to tweet, "Sorry, I don't get the drama around having an always on console. Every device is now always on. That's the world we live in. Hashtag deal with it." I
still feel my fingers rubbing the sides of my temples listening to you reread this tweet going, couldn't have missed the mark in a bigger way, buddy.
That's great PR, guys. Really good PR.
That's so stupid.
Spicy. I like it.
Spicy. Like it is. That is a heavily spiced take on this thing.
A little bit of cayenne, you know.
You dump the whole bottle into the chili by accident and just hope no one notices. Oops.
He was let go in subsequent weeks, and he's done a lot of speaking tours about, you know, like internet kind of, you know, pressure and you know, going viral and having everybody hate you and stuff like that. So it's actually it's a good read. But yeah, like, don't antagonize. Obviously, when you're a brand like Xbox, you have millions of passionate fans. Don't insult their intelligence and don't chastise them for their opinions. It's not a good idea.
It's just not. Deal with it is not a good look.
Deal with it's a bad. That's a bad way to go.
Bad look. Don't. If I walked into a Zoom meeting and just said "deal with it" at the end of a statement to a client, I would get tossed out too.
You could have done this a lot.
This is the code I'm going to design. Deal with it.
Deal with it. Like, people don't like that.
The people don't like that.
People don't like that.
So fear began to snowball before the thing was ever even shown that you couldn't play your games, you couldn't play used games, you couldn't play without an internet connection.
Oh, God.
President of Xbox then, Don Matrick, unveiled the console at a special event in May that showcased the console centered around the mandatory Kinect device, focused at your living room with 15 minutes of ESPN and HBO and Netflix talk to kick off the launch of their new box.
I remember watching this. I remember where I was sitting when this happened. I remember the pulling off of the covering. I remember this. I have PTSD from this event.
Do you remember them scanning in a skateboard?
Yeah, I remember
playing it in a game.
I remember the whole oh.
You remember the console? Like it was in that glass case, like the big box, and then the Kinect on the side and everything.
Didn't
it was
they
all
pull up cover off of it to show it.
Yeah. They lifted up the box.
I'm gonna have nightmares. Like I wake up in a cold sweat listening to Donnie Matrick unveil the nightmare console that I was like, no, why would you do that, bro?
A month later at E3 2013, Xbox One made more waves when they announced $499, which would be immediately trounced later that night by PlayStation, whose box was considerably stronger of the two, was smaller of the two, priced at $399 of the two, and the now infamous "Here's how you trade games on PlayStation."
That little video where they handed each other video games to put in their consoles. It's so bad.
This led to a firestorm and outcry and backlash from Xbox faithful, which led to the most, and at least to me, the most infamous quote from a leader of a brand in video games. If you want to play without internet connection, we have a console for that. It's called the 360. That's what his answer was to people.
Can you imagine a world in which you are a high-paid executive?
Oh my gosh!
Selling a $500 video game box in 2013, which is not 2021, and going up against PlayStation, who's just like, okay, bro, we screwed this up last time. We figured this one out.
They're just dealing haymakers left and right.
Saying something like this, like, who did you think,
Mr. Matrick? What do you have to say about the people that are in the army or live in remote areas that don't have an internet connection? Well, we have a console for them. It's called the Xbox 360.
This is the most memorable quote to me of the entirety of the Xbox One. Like it's terrible.
That's never going to die. That will live in forever. Like that will be remembered.
Like every time I see Don Matrick's face or somebody says his name, I hear his voice saying this,
yep.
And that's not a great legacy.
I'll never forget I'll never forget that quote in that video. I was okay. Well, we're gonna get into it. Let's keep getting
but his smugness in the way he said this still resonates inside of my skull. Continue.
So the backlash after E3 was immediate. Matrick was gone weeks later, leaving for Zynga, of all places. Microsoft immediately backpedals. They cut the Kinect requirement, although it's still shipped in the box. They walk back the online and disc stuff. They walk back everything. It's a 30-day check. It's not an everyday check. We're redoing everything. No family share. They basically just cut bait on all of their policies and just redid it.
They fired Matrick. He went to Zynga. They lit his career on fire on his way out the door because they just took everything that he helped build there and were like, you know what? That's bad. Put lighter fluid on that. That needs to go. This was unreal. I've never seen anything like this.
It still launched in November. They didn't delay it. They didn't retail. Like they launched. It was a launch. It launched with Rise, Son of Rome, Dead Rising 3, Forza Motorsport 5. I put in Power Star Golf. It's still one that I still play of a launch game. How many launch games are you guys still playing? I still play Power Star Golf.
Rise is still good.
That's probably Forza Motorsports 5 was a good game.
Dead Rising.
I played Dead Rising 3 and Rise, Son of Rome at launch, I believe.
Titanfall came out in March. That was their answer to Destiny.
Interjecting real quick, we're at 18,725.
Oh, we're so close.
Come on,
we're
kid.
getting there, guys.
I can't sell anything else, guys. I sold so much of my stuff. I can't. I got nothing else to sell.
Anything else. Just use the snark of our Don Matrick burial that we're doing on this podcast to fuel your donations.
So the first question that I had here is, when did you get your first Xbox One? And the really where I wanted to go from this was, how did this launch affect you? Because I was a 360 player.
Same.
Devoutly. I always 360 played. I always had a 360. I rotated with a couple Wii's and a couple PlayStation 3s, like for exclusives and stuff like that. But I always had a 360 as my main place to play games. And I jumped ship.
Wow, did you really?
I absolutely jumped ship. And this is Nathan and I really started getting to know each other at this time. And I was like, absolutely not. This is on fire. This is terrible. It's too expensive. It's not. It doesn't. It's more expensive. It's less powerful. It's got Kinect. It's ugly. It's like it's all these things. It was There was not a whole lot of things you could say good about it. You know, like there were very little good things to say about it.
It's true. I actually bought an Xbox One at launch.
Launch day, you had it.
I did. I had one at launch.
Wow.
And I got a PlayStation at launch as well, because that was the life that I was living. And I pre-ordered both of these consoles during their
chat thing that you couldn't chat. You got the connector. I was, oh God,
what
a mess.
I don't want to talk to anybody on the internet, so that was great for me, because I was like, hi, I'm a female on the internet. No, thank you. Goodbye. That was great. I loved that. I was in a similar place to where I am now, where I had the disposable income to try it on and see what the so this feeds into this thing is on fire. I want to see how they fixed it, because they did fix it between when it was announced and when it was launched, and fixed it. And I was like, I want to be at the ground floor of this thing and see how it evolves.
Sure.
It's a lot of the way I feel about like quote unquote bad video games, right? Like I want to see what changes over time, if something changes, especially if it's big and notable. But I also have the disposable income to be able to do that. So I bought one of these at launch. I played Rise Son of Rome at launch and liked it a lot, actually. I loved the controller for this box so much that I have stuck forward with that. Like holding that controller for me personally, and then holding that, crappy PlayStation controller that drives me insane. I was like, I played more third-party games on this Xbox that was apparently on fire and looked like a giant VCR than on my PlayStation.
Just because of
But it was silent. It was quiet.
It was. I like the glass button thing that they did.
Yep.
I thought that was cool, the little touch button.
I want to make an important note. I have 2 of those VCRs. You can kind of see them in my screenshots stacked up. The launch one is still there. It still works. My kids were playing the launch one up until a month ago. Fortnite.
The fan in that thing is huge. If you haven't disassembled it to see just how big it is, it's massive.
The whole side of the VCR. Those things they came off that 360. Those things were built to last, dude. You could run that over a truck.
I remember at the time, people made so much fun of how big it was.
It's huge.
Where's all that energy now?
Everybody's console's big.
That PlayStation 5 is gigantic.
It is gigantic. It's a monolith.
There are 2 things, though. 2 things that they connected really well that I like, that were on the Xbox One. First, those in-game codes.
Yeah,
you can scan them. Put in the code.
QR code.
Yep,
yeah, that was
scan
cool.
it on Connect and it was done.
Good.
And the other thing that I liked about it was just, the Xbox On. I personally used it, and I actually had my TV plugged into it too, and I had it say, watch whatever channel. It was fantastic. I really enjoyed using those. It was Alexa before Alexa. It was ahead of its time, man.
I love that.
And I don't. I'm that person, as I'm a Google kid and do all that stuff, I turn all of that off. And it's not because I'm scared of spyware or whatever. I think it's just annoying. I can't tell you the amount of times that I go to type something. It's like, do you mean something? Like, no, if I meant that, I would have typed it. Stop talking to me. I turn it all off. I turn Cortana off. I turn Google Assistant off. I hate all of it. All of it's off.
I don't use it on my phone.
Yeah.
But I like the computer lady. I won't say her name because it will activate her. She's over there. And I really did like the Kinect features, because I would walk into the room to play a video game and just say Xbox on, and it would set my TV's input. It would turn on everything and get it ready. And by the time I'm settled with my blanket and my old lady glasses or whatever, my mug of tea, everything was ready. The only thing I always wished is that if you could ask it to rumble your controller. So because I lost them in the couch all the time.
That's smart.
You know what I mean? I wanted that feature.
I would pay a nice thing to it, because it's a kind of a shame that they didn't create like some sort of accessory you could plug it in via USB, because it is an excellent camera streamer. Like for people that want to stream games like with overlays and Twitch and stuff on your Xbox, it is an excellent camera, nice sensor, and it's got the mic and audio and everything's built into it. And
they used it at Disney for different line cues. They used a legit Kinect in Disney for their line cues.
They made an adapter from because when you went from the original Xbox One over to the X and S series Xbox Ones, there's no longer a Kinect port. There was a special port in the original VCR. And they made an adapter that they sent one to me for free because I requested it, much like the camera adapter for the PSVR. And those things started going for crazy money on eBay at one point because they stopped making them. But it essentially translates it to USB and then powers it. Wow. It's interesting. It's cool.
So I got my first Xbox a little bit after, I think, meeting Nathan, and like maybe right before we started PSVG or right after. I don't remember, but I remember it was the white one, which I think was the year after. It was the white one.
The Arctic White.
It was the white one when they dropped Connect. They dropped Connect. They released a white one for $3.99 with Sunset
Destiny.
Overdrive.
Oh yeah, they did do a Sunset one.
Yep.
And I got that one. So that's when they kind of got me back. And I wasn't even back. I was PlayStation 4, but I was like, I'm going to get one because I wanted Sunset Overdrive. But in 2015, Ori was releasing. And I had to play Ori. And that's when I got my first Xbox One. But yeah, they kind of lost me. And they lost me for a while there. There was I think the first year or two of PSVG is many shows of me telling me telling Nathan it was doomed. Like, dude,
Really?
it's doomed. You've got to get off of there.
It was it's funny because I had it in my house kind of as I wouldn't say like I started playing a lot more games on it because I liked the controller, but it was when the backwards compatible stuff really started to snowball, and there I could just start putting stuff in. That's when it really became like my go-to box. Actually.
We're gonna get there.
Yeah, I figured that.
Nathan, your first one. I know you were there day one.
I was there day one.
Yeah.
So I mean, I had it pre-ordered. I had both of them, PS4 and the Xbox One. But I mean, and I loved it because Xbox was more where I was at. That was my jam. And then I got that day one achievement. I had the day one edition, on the controller and everything.
I still have that in a drawer. I still have that controller. I've traded in a bunch of controllers over the years, but I kept that one and the Project Scorpio controller that I have because I love them so much. You gotta keep those. Those are pieces of history. It's special.
I sold those
and that's where
crazy money. Both of them.
The launch games all had a little thing on the top of them that said day one launch edition or something like that.
Yep, a couple of those totally did. It was such a wild thing. Like it felt like they went so hard, but backpedaled so much. It was such a weird dichotomy of they went so hard on making the launch stuff special, but they had ripped so much out at launch that you're like, where are you right now with this thing?
So I got some notable moments. These are the notable moments that I wrote down for the generation. March 31st, 2014, Phil Spencer's named the head of Xbox. So the thing comes out in 2013. It's all the way until March that we get, all right, it's Phil. Here's Phil's show. E3 2014, Xbox drops the Kinect and cuts the price to $3.99. They got to. They're just getting trounced here. 2015, Xbox announces backwards compatibility starting with 100 games, and they announce the Elite controller. 2015 feels like the start of Phil Spencer's Xbox.
I agree. I think he was cleaning up messes for a year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Plus, and then he came in and said, this is what I really want to do. Here's what I want to do. I want to give people a compelling reason to buy this console who have now snuffed it, but have a library of 360 games because they went all in during that generation because the PS3 dropped the ball there kind of big, especially in the beginning. And he wanted those people back. And this is where he started to get those people back, I think.
March 1st, 2016, Phil announces the Xbox Play Anywhere announcement. Commitment to cross-buy for all PC and Xbox for all first-party published games.
Which was two things at the time. This has become a very big deal.
Yeah, this is a thing now. Almost, I think people almost take for granted. They forget, it wasn't that long ago. That wasn't a thing.
No,
this is proto Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this was where you start to see his tendrils sneaking in. We're gonna make it a service because that's what Microsoft does, kids.
March 14th, 2016, ID at Xbox director Chris Charla announces crossplay for Xbox Live. Do you guys remember that? What a big deal that was when Rocket League turned it on for the weekend and Fortnite and stuff. And you remember PlayStation was we can't do that. We got to protect the children. We can't have crossplay and all that. Yeah, that was a big deal.
That fight has been going on went on for 3.5 4 years.
But it was Xbox that was we love it. Crossplay all the time.
Xbox was in a very disadvantaged position. So this is their goodwill. This is the beginning of their goodwill.
I disagree with you. You know what this is? This is Microsoft. Windows is totally open API. Office is totally open API. All of their products that they push, all of their foundations, they integrate with everything. I think this is Microsoft's way.
Yes, but it wasn't Xbox's way. And they were this is when Microsoft seeped up the Xbox stuff. It wasn't just their toy project anymore. It became
this is when it changed.
Phil Spencer saying, we can make this happen, but you have to treat it like the rest of your stuff.
Yeah.
I really think that he had to champion it. And I think he did. And that man has impressed me many times, but this is one of those things.
Later that year at E3, the Xbox One S is officially unveiled for $299, and they announce that something is coming called, quote, Project Scorpio.
I remember the GIFs and the little videos that they put out of chipsets. Do you remember where they were showing and the
Look
green
at the CPU.
And I was like, this is the nerdiest crap I've ever seen. I'm here for this.
I'm here for it. The Xbox One S is sexy. That is a hot box.
It's tiny. We have one.
I still have my 2 terabyte.
Oh, it's beautiful.
My kids have my S and they have my X, and they're the same box.
This is like not full blown swing, but now I'm back in. Like right about this time when they got the S, I totally got the S. I remember Nathan and I doing a podcast about it. Nathan dubbed it the Xbox One Sexy. I'll never forget that.
Same thing I say about Leon S. Kennedy. The S stands for sexy.
Yeah.
Don't leave me an S and don't think I'm going to say sexy.
I'm back in. They're doing cross-play. They're doing, they're doing all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, Xbox. Xbox is good. Xbox at February 28th, 2017, Xbox announces Xbox Game Pass. $9.99 a month for 100 games. Xbox One, Xbox 360.
I don't know that I bought in on this right away. I don't know that I bought in on Game Pass right away because I was paying for gold and I was like, I want to see where this goes first. They hadn't exactly had a great track record of new things, okay? And I was a little gun shy. So I waited. And it was later when it started to like snowball.
The next one. Like, I got you. Yeah. But no, I was with you. I remember I was like, well, all these games I already have. I've already owned them for a long time. So I wasn't full day one, but I love what they were doing. I was all about the program. And at this point, I'm back in. Nathan and I are talking Xbox. I'm trying to take over podcasts. Like, I'm all in. I want Game Pass. Like, we're going to get Xbox One S. Like, I feel the resurgence. I'm like, this is the Xbox I know and love. They fixed the console. They're fixing the games. We're back on. We're riding the train here. Xbox at E3 2017 unveils Project Scorpio as the Xbox One X for $499, and they talk about teraflops. 6 teraflop GPU, the strongest console the world has ever seen.
I was like, fine, I'm going to buy one because at this point...
It's a monster.
It's a beast, but it's a tiny beast. It's a tiny, adorable beast. I did buy this. I bought this.
This is what I love Xbox for. This is exactly what I want Xbox. I want to hear number crunching, powerful GPUs and pixels resolutions. I want it. Because I'm not a PC gamer. That's my Xbox. That is my PC. That's what I want.
I wanted it because I think shiny tech toys are cool. Sure. Like, if you're cramming all that into the same box that the S is in, it's the same shell.
And they made it cool. Remember, like, the Xbox, when they announced it, they were like, it's got Kinect and it plays Netflix. You're like, that's not cool.
Do you remember how they revealed it? They had, like, a shell of the Xbox One.
And then it, like, zapped apart.
Yeah, they pulled it up. No, it was under the empty shell of the VCR.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was thinking of, I'll never forget, like, that Iron Man infographic when they have it and it, like, just pulls apart. You see all the pieces.
I love those.
Yes, things. I was like, that's cool.
Explode views are like, hey, girl, they're good.
June 23rd, 2018, Phil Spencer announces that all Xbox first-party and exclusive published games will launch day and date into Game Pass.
This is when I bought in.
Yeah.
This is when I started because, and the back catalog as well. So this is when I said, okay, fine, sure. All right, for $10 a month, let's see what you do with this. And they put the freaking codes in everything. They're like, try it, please.
I was so head over heels for this announcement. This is when I was like, now I'm full blown Xbox now. Now I'm antagonizing PlayStation folks.
You like start trouble on the internet.
I mean, I am just all in. I'm like, this is exactly what I want. Like, this is Xbox. I've got my powerful box. I've got this beautiful service. I've got all my stuff. Like, I'm so ecstatic. This is everything I could possibly want. This is when I'm all in. Game Pass brought me back.
Yeah, well, I mean, this has become the Game Pass podcast because of this reason. But because, like, it's the biggest selling point for an entire, like, collection of consoles at this point. I have legitimately given thought to just signing my damn kids up for it. Like, fine. Fine. Just fine. You'll have so much stuff to play, you'll never bother me again. I love my children. But it's nice when they're distracted sometimes. Yeah. So, I don't know. The
last notable point is E3 2019. Project Scarlet is announced. And that's where we are today. So those are the notable moments from the Xbox One generation. Now, Nathan, I know you got to go. So I wanted to ask you this before we got you to leave. How will you remember the Xbox One generation?
I will remember you.
Doesn't he have time for a musical outro?
Dude, the Xbox One, it was not the best, right, as far as consoles go, but I had a fantastic time with the generation. The games that were on it, the games that I played, the way that I look at consoles is not so much the power of the unit, but the interface between me and the gaming, and the controller on the Xbox was always my defining point.
Agree.
That's why like I don't really play on PC, right? I don't do mouse and keyboard. If I have a controller to plug in, I will. But if it's like the DualShock 4, like I played some games that were PS exclusives just because I wanted to. But man, I did not like the DualShock 4. I like the PlayStation the Nintendo Switch Pro controller.
Me too.
Because it's a lot like the Xbox controller. But using that controller really made it a good console for me. And the fact that they iterated it, they gave us the Elite late in the life cycle. And they just, once Phil came along, it was a monumental shift in the Xbox
I was just about to
trajectory.
say, it feels like two different consoles. Like if you scrap 2015 and before and you just judge it from after 2015, it's a totally different story.
You look at what the Xbox One launched at, it was a completely different story because it was more of a console by committee. Like all the bigwigs wanted to have their say in what this console was going to do and then what they wanted to have it as.
I forgot.
That's why you had the HDMI input and output and all other stuff too.
I forgot to mention I watched that May event when I was doing this. There were people on stage I don't even remember.
It was a whole.
I remember I was watching. I was like, "Who the hell is that?"
Don't rewatch that. What are you doing?
I was like, I literally don't even know who that is.
It's history. He's got it. He's got to remember.
No, you don't. No, that's the kind of history that
those who forget the history are destined to repeat it.
I don't think it will ever happen.
Good point.
I think everyone's been fired.
Nathan, if you gotta go, man, I appreciate you jumping in and hanging out with Gaming for Guru.
Yeah, I appreciate being able to come by and say hi to Elaine. First time to talk to you. It's been fantastic. You are a fantastic host. Donnie, you're okay. But Elaine, you're fantastic.
Thank you. Oh, Nick's my favorite now. I won't tease him as much.
By the way, I did want to say, this is Y'all for Bobby, bit.ly/gamingforguru. If you are listening on the podcast, on the audio feed, feel free to go out there and maybe toss a couple bucks to help him. We are currently at 18,750.
$250
that is amazing.
Away.
Let's go.
We're so close.
But yeah, that's why I do have to depart. I love you all. I love the listeners. I love those who are viewing right now. Please have a fantastic episode. And the Empire has never been stronger with Elaine.
That's what's up. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you for hanging out with us. Always a delight. You're such a lovely human being.
See you guys. Thank you.
See you, Nate. Elaine, I came up with 3 things that I think the Xbox One generation will be remembered for. So I don't know, let me, if I may, let me go through these and then you hit me with what you think.
Let me say one thing before you do. I will say my biggest disappointment is that I never got a controller like my Project Scorpio controller that said Project Scarlet.
Yeah, I know.
At the Series X launch.
I was saying that Game Tech today, yeah.
It is just one big dislike. I just would have loved.
I love special stuff.
I love special things.
I want special consoles. I want special editions, collector's editions, day one. I want it all.
I fought hard on the internet for that pre-order, dude. I wanted a stamp on the stupid controller. I just did. It's silly. But I wanted one. So that's my disappointment. So I'm going to let you lead this and let's see where this goes, kids.
I wrote down 3 points and the last one really is kind of, it is a point that is consuming of many points, but I feel like these are pretty good. I'll remember the Xbox One generation for 3 things. The first one is content acquisition.
Okay.
Xbox, during the Xbox One generation, realized that they did not have the content. And for folks that are just buying into Xbox today, they may not really be aware, especially if they're kids, of where Xbox was just long ago. So let me take you to 2014 when Xbox bought Black Tusk and the rights to Gears of War and named it the Coalition. In 2014, after the Xbox One launched, they didn't even own those things yet.
That's crazy because and I think I'm going to make an overarching point that we can fit all of probably your points into. This console may be the greatest redemption story.
That's a good point.
I think that that is its legacy, right? Its legacy isn't the Kinect. Its legacy isn't the 3 different iterations or all the teraflops. It's a redemption story both for a piece of hardware and a piece of technology and for a company's stake in an entire industry.
Yeah, philosophy.
If they had not, it would have been done. If they had left Matrick there and left it alone, and
there'd be no Xbox.
There would be no more Xbox.
Yeah,
and I think that, on a plaque on the wall, someone needs to give Phil Spencer greatest redemption in video game history because, this could have been the Sega Dreamcast.
I'm here for that. Yeah,
you know what I mean. This could have been this could have been a disaster story. We wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation. I wouldn't have my greatest regret about my shiny new console being it didn't say Project Scarlet on the controller. Do you know what I mean? And the getting the coalition into place, like that whole arc happened because of a redemption arc. Like this is the best freaking movie in the trilogy. It's the way that it worked out, you know? So
2014 Xbox also acquired Mojang.
that was huge.
Minecraft.
And probably their biggest early acquisition.
In 2018, Xbox acquired Playground Games, maker of Forza Horizon.
Amongst my favorite Xbox.
In 2018, the console launched in 2013. They didn't even have Playground, and 5 years later, they didn't have Playground.
Redemption arc, and it wasn't a quick one. It was a slow one.
2018, they acquired Undead Labs, Ninja Theory, Compulsion, In Exile, Obsidian, and created The Initiative.
They're not they're not done. And now it's Bethesda. Now in 2020, it was Bethesda. Look at the
2019, they acquired Double Fine and World's Edge.
That was a big one too.
And then in 2020, they acquired Bethesda, which is Bethesda Games, ZeniMax Online, Arcane, Machine Games, id, Tango Softworks. That's almost 12 studios they've acquired in 5 years.
The arc of the Xbox One took us from one of the most stumbling quotable moments in video game history to me to to us the biggest arguments that we get to have about Xbox now being what are we going to play on Game Pass, and oh no, is Bethesda going to make this game exclusive to this console? That's bananas.
Yeah.
Like that's an insane arc of a piece of hardware to me.
It's clear that they realize like we don't have enough content to warrant our own ecosystem. So either we do it or we don't.
Do or die.
And I think that is the point you're trying to make, really. I think like in action, the action that they took was we can either do games or we can not do games. But to do games, we need content. We need people. We don't have them. We can't rely on third parties. We can't rely on PC. The space is too competitive. We can't compete. We're competing with our arm tied behind our back.
Well, so and what did they look at? What did they say? What are we good at? Well, we're Microsoft when it comes down to it. We're good at services and we're good at buying things because that's what Microsoft can do. And they leveraged those two things. They started buying the things they need to build the service they could sell. This isn't about like the end of the arc is Game Pass for them.
Yeah.
It wasn't about the piece of hardware anymore.
Nope.
And it took them 8 years to get there though.
And Phil Spencer, he's talked about the toxicity of console wars and how much he hates it. And he's walking it. He really doesn't care. And he's putting Game Pass on anything that will accept it. And he's really, and I think there's a part of me that wants, and as I was doing this little research project, I was really thinking there's a part of me that kind of wants him to come out and say, we're going to put all of our games on any piece of anything you want. Because it feels like a Phil Spencer kind of thing to do.
That's what he
wants. If you want to buy them on PlayStation, sure, we'll sell them to you.
I don't think I think ultimately if he could strike the right deals, he would totally do that. You would totally launch a Game Pass app on your PlayStation.
Yeah.
Now, is Sony going to let you do that? No. They're not going to have it. But that's what he wants.
Yeah.
Because he's looking at it and saying, Microsoft, services company. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter.
We want to power your gaming. Wherever you are.
It doesn't matter if you buy the Dell PC or you build your own or it's still Windows. That's what they're going for.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
And to me, it's very they had a Sega moment, right? As this thing was about to launch. We either go all in and do it our way and do it different, or we cash out and make our games for other people, whatever's left.
Yep.
And they chose the opposite of what Sega chose when the Dreamcast was not doing what they wanted it to do. And if they had made the other choice, we would have probably been playing Gears on a PlayStation. That would have been it, right? Or whatever.
Yep.
It's wild to me. When you look at it in text like this, it's crazy to see that arc. And
it hits home.
It's like wild. You forget, right? Because it's like parenting.
Short memories.
You put away all the hard stuff. Or else
gamers are fickle, but we get over it really quick.
Yeah, we just it's done.
Short
it's
memories.
It's just like having kids. You put it away, or else you wouldn't have more kids.
The second point that I put down in terms of how will the Xbox One generation be remembered, and this is a down note, but I think it's warranted. I put canceled or troubled games. Yeah. So during this generation, we had, and these are exclusives, Fable Legends, canceled. Scalebound, canceled. A new Phantom Dust, canceled.
Oh boy.
Crackdown 3, troubled.
Yes.
They bought exclusive to Tomb Raider, completely backfired.
Yeah, that wasn't a good call.
The Master Chief Collection, which is amazing, completely mess out of the gate and really hurt them hard.
It was a nightmare. They should have. And Halo Infinite hasn't had a great run either. To
The next one on the list, Halo 5.
Oh yeah, oh boy, that's right.
Recore.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like they're still paying for this now. This is the console war part of it, where the collective culture doesn't look at them as they have the games. And fans like us, we know that they do, but it's these things that stand out. And this is the problem that Phil set out to fix. Agreed. And you see that in that 2014 to 2017 time where they're leaning on Game Pass and they're leaning on backwards compatibility and they're trying to get, they're leaning on indies and they've got Inside and they've got Cuphead and they've got Ori. They're trying to find something while they come up for answers for this, because a lot of these games were right there in that window and it hurt.
They were not Sony and they were not Nintendo.
Yeah.
They lost that head start and they couldn't find it with their own stuff. And we could argue, it's an easy argument to make. They bought it. They've gone out and
bought it. No, they saw a problem, they fixed it.
They saw the problem, they fixed it with money. And that's fine. That's one way to solve the problem. You buy studios that fit your model and that are on board, and you move forward. And they made some smart purchases to fix the problem, but that took time, and the collection of all of those failures and struggles is what people remember.
It's still taking time. They're going to need several good games. They need Hellblade to hit. They need Avowed to hit. They need Fable to hit. They need several games to hit to get that, to be thought of with that prestige again.
Yes. You can't carry the hardware. You can't carry the name on Gears and Forza alone.
And it's not a one game issue. It's not one game. You need a selection of games.
I agree.
Yeah.
And Sony and Nintendo have always done better.
Yep.
And they're just better at it.
Games.
Yeah.
The last point that I wrote is how I remember Xbox One, and I wrote a new Xbox. Game Pass, backwards compatibility, cross-play, PC. It's a new company. It's a completely different pitch now. And this is the pitch that I'm really excited about. And, Xbox has always been Microsoft. It's always been a PC company, but for 15 years, they didn't really do PC. And I was, they had was it Windows Live, Xbox for Windows Live or whatever games?
For Windows Live, it was so bad.
Yeah.
I have very terrible memory. And it was a separate set of achievements. So a lot of people would buy the game twice.
And it may seem like a long time, but this is a really short turnaround. They went from the VCR box with no exclusives, no content, underpowered, to super powerful box, very affordable, Game Pass, tons of exclusives, buying more, making more. We've got Perfect Dark, we've got Halo Infinite, we've got Fable, we've got Avowed, we've got Hellblade. We have exclusives beyond exclusives to look out for out into the future, the roadmap. They've painted it very clear. The Xbox Series X really is a culmination of everything Phil Spencer had to answer, wrapped up in a bow and just given right back to us.
It's interesting because going into the Xbox One, before it was announced, before the rumors started dripping out, coming off the 360, I had no concern about what I would play on my next Xbox. And then the announcement happened, and I was suddenly like, what the hell am I going to play on this Xbox? Oh God, this thing's going to be a trash fire. And then again, by the time we got to the One X and the Series X was announced, I was like, I know exactly what I'm going to be playing on this Xbox. And I feel good about that. And I feel good about this piece of hardware that I'm going to get. And it's such a wild, Hill Valley situation for me. It's been very weird. Like I said, the greatest redemption arc. The greatest.
My favorite thing about this is they took me from being an Xbox fan, to be honest with you, being a Nintendo fan that had an Xbox, to being an Xbox fan. And my fandom or my passion for it has never been stronger.
Agree.
I mean, I'm right. I'm all for everything they do all day. So I'm all hook, line, and sinker. And that is a testament to Phil Spencer. And one of the things I was going to ask you is, how much do you think Phil Spencer, he's the poster child for all this? What if Phil Spencer left?
It would be a problem, because
that would hurt.
Here's the thing. He hasn't asked to be the messenger. He just speaks with an eloquence that allows it. Do you know what I mean? The way that he talks about this console, the way that he answers questions, his candidness while still pulling back where he has to, is impressive. I've listened to this man give a lot of interviews, and without him, I don't know that they would have been able to sell this vision and this arc, because he speaks about it in a way that
you watch that May conference again.
Right. Yeah. And he talks about this thing with a care and passion.
Yeah.
That few people in this industry have. Most of the time you hear people talking, they sound like freaking robots.
It makes you want to root for him.
I want to shake this guy's hand. Like I would love to meet him just because I love the way he talks about things that he cares about. It's clear he loves this.
Yeah.
So if they were to lose him, yeah, that would give me some worry because it would mean something else was going on. You don't let someone like that walk out the door.
Yeah, I agree.
You don't let that. So something would be happening if he left.
So those are the three things that I think come to mind for me when I think back on like what will the Xbox One generation be remembered for. You got anything else?
I think that's the big one. I think I touched on it. I really do think about that redemption arc a lot. I really do look at the VCR console and think about it and think about, man, we got all the way here and it was I needed a quad and a snow sled to get here.
When I was watching that May conference, you remember the first UI that everybody hates?
Yeah.
It's really not all that different than the UI we have now. It's actually somewhat very similar.
Very
just design-wise. Functionality, completely different. It's so slow and clunky, and what we have now, fast. But style, the organization of where the menus are, it's left-right instead of up-down. But having the slightly larger tile accompanied by a couple accent tiles with the background, like stylistically from like a web design, it's very similar.
Because it's very Web 2.0.
Well, it's Windows 8.
Yeah, if we really want to get kind of like it is, it's the start menu even in 10.
It's the start menu.
It's definitely got that like it's got that almost you want to reach out and click it interface. And that was kind of a forward thinking thing too. And I think it was troubling in 2013 for a lot of people. And it fits better now. You know what I mean? Like it didn't fit then, and I think that was the one thing that felt a little ahead.
Well, and I think obviously they designed it for Kinect. So that's why the tiles are bigger and more space so you can swipe. But I think what they definitely learned, or what was proven, was that we really don't care about the UI. And honestly, like I care about it a lot. I say I care about it a lot, but here's the thing. I've used 15 UIs, all to differing degrees that I like them. But the one thing what's the constant? It's not the look and it's not the placement. The constant is the speed and the feel. It's got to perform. Like performance matters in UI. Not so much style.
I want to know where the things I want are without having to think about it twice. That's the biggest thing for me. And I want to get there quickly. That's the second.
Do you remember snapping that? Hey, Xbox, snap that.
I remember it. It was weird. I actually kind of loved that because you could do that with a video call.
You could picture in picture.
You could picture.
You could watch something and play something.
If I had that,
it didn't work all that great.
Oh, it was terrible. But the idea was great.
Right. If it pulled it off, it was useful. But I remember a lot of things freezing and crashing. And I remember the Twitch app that you would pull up and you'd try to stream and it would like kind of freeze. I remember it not being very good.
I remember trying to snap Skype calls because that was what I used to connect for besides turning the box on. It was great for Skype
That's what they
calls.
wanted you. That's what Microsoft was thinking.
Because I had friends all over the country and it was just the cheapest way to talk to my friends at the time. You still had to pay for minutes on your cell phone. Oh God, I'm ancient. But like, right? Oh no, I only have 250 text messages this month. Call me tomorrow and it turns over. But it was a very forward thinking like Web 2.0 type of interface design. But really for me, like the reason I like the current interface so much and the reason I didn't hate the original one is like I know where everything is without looking at my controller to figure out what the hell the button is that I need to hit. And I can go there quick.
Yeah.
You know? There's one more thing that got brought up in chat by Sean, and it's important. Like the design lab.
I'm yawning. Sorry, it's been a long day. I hate saying that. Sean, I got to look at the chat. Let me go open the chat.
The design lab, the elite controllers, and the adaptive controller initiative.
Oh yeah.
All happened over the course of this generation.
Do you know what? When the adaptive controller came out, I like bashed it.
I think it's one of the most important things that they did.
I agree, but I bashed it for completely different reasons. But I have to own it.
You should.
When it came out, I was super pissed because it came out like right before E3. And I remember going, this is what they're going to talk about at E3. Instead of delivering us the games, instead of delivering things, they're going to come out and they're going to talk about adaptive controller, which I'm like, I am totally for, but this is not what their problem is. Like they need games. They need to fix this. They need to do this. Like what are they doing? That was my issue with it. And I feel bad for it. Like now I'm ashamed and regretful, but that's where I was being selfish.
That's your heated gamer moment. I think that the adaptive controller is actually probably
it's incredible.
For me, it's one of their most important design arcs. Like,
Seeing
I
it
think
in
that's
use,
amazing,
and how you can plug in so many different remotes and how it can be used so many different ways. It is incredible.
It also is one of the most thoughtful pieces of design for people who cannot play your games in traditional ways that I've ever seen a company put together. I've never been more impressed with a piece of technology. I feel like in my soul, I feel happy every time I see an ad or like a picture of that thing. I'm like, people who never got to play games get to play it because of that. It blows my mind. And that all came out of this this generation also. See, redemption arc.
It was like their mission statement is like to empower every person through technology or something. And that's that's a symbol of that.
I very infrequently like tear up at like dumb video game ads or like marketing stuff.
Yeah.
The video that they put together for this particular controller that was on the site made me tear up because seeing people who don't get to experience something that I love so much can't.
The guy that hooked it up so his daughter could play Breath of the Wild.
It made my whole heart like want it. Like I teared up. I'm not going to apologize. Like that thing is important. I'm glad that Sean brought that up.
Yeah. And I would say even like consumer first now I see it, all access.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Like they really, when they came to the Xbox, it's like they sat there. Honestly, I could even envision it. They put a picture of the original Xbox One up and they go, what was wrong with it? And they go, it was underpowered. It cost too much money. It had these bells and whistles. It didn't focus on gaming. It was unattainable. Like it didn't have games. And literally one by one, they go, our new box will not be this. It will not be this. It will not be this. They had an answer for everything. And
the answer too was, we're going to have to work through it. It's gonna suck because this is not stuff that they solved in 15 minutes in a month. This is stuff they took 6 years to solve.
They turned that ship for a while.
You got to sit there, plant yourself in the seat and say, I'm willing to ride the wave on this to get where I think we need to go. And I really do think that they did. And it takes some grit, man, because it wasn't fun.
Billions of dollars. It's going to take a lot of hard work. People are going to not like it. You're going to have to take a lot of crap from people on the chin. Our customers are not going to like it. But it took commitment, took vision.
There's a lot to be said for Phil and his team and Microsoft as a whole to just hunker down and eat it for years to get where they are now.
Yeah.
Like, especially coming off of a 360 that was so successful. Like we were on top. Now we got to eat it.
I had on my notes, that generation, 360 Wii, PlayStation 3, most successful video game generation of all time. Gotta be, right?
Probably.
I mean, you had the PlayStation 3 that sold, and I don't have numbers. I'm going off the top of my head. 115, 120, million units. Mm-hmm. Xbox 360 is like roughly 190.
Yeah. And the Wii
100. DS 153. PSP like over 100. If you kind
of crazy.
Gaming was huge in terms of selling units of hardware.
And did they missed the boat.
And every other generation that you look at besides that generation, there's a have and there's a have not. Mm-hmm. There's somebody that sells it all and then there's somebody who sells some. And then that generation hits and they all hit. And that's attributed to it was a long generation. But still, they all hit. They all found success in that generation.
That was attributed to it was a long generation and video games started to become mainstream. Video games started to become the thing. They were the nerdy thing. They were not the cool kid thing.
That's true.
For a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And then suddenly Nintendo hit was something that everybody wanted in their living room. And the conversation changed. And media and how we consume media started to change.
Yeah, just even imagine like the E3s from like 2005 when it's like a briefing room with like 50 people in the room to 2012 where it's a stage show with The Rock. And,
They make more money than movies.
Yeah.
I think people need the perspective. Like, that's why this is starting to happen. Like, it's happening partially because, but the industry is
popular culture.
It is. And people have changed and how they, take in media changed.
Yeah.
So.
And it's really, really, really successful. And you're right. To come out of there, and it really feels like the Xbox One was like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how strong it is. It doesn't matter the cost. We sold however tens of millions of these, and they're going to buy the next thing. And look at Kinect. Remember, Kinect when it launched was successful.
Yes.
And they were chasing a paper tiger. They were chasing a fad.
It felt like they were holding a really great balloon, and they let go. That's what going from the 360 to the Xbox One when it first launched felt like. They did it to themselves. They didn't have to let go of that like amazing balloon that the 360 had blown up for them, but they did. And it was such a bummer. It was so sad to see. And then they had to roll back all the way up this hill to get where they are.
And right now I don't even know if they're back, but
no,
right now
pushing up the hill.
Right now they just have a chance to get back.
They're still pushing.
But right now they just kind of have an opportunity to win people over again.
They're 100% still inflating balloons with their own.
And if Halo misses, that's going to be a huge blow because people are going to be like, same old Xbox.
I think if Halo misses, it could be, but I think they can follow it right behind with the right exclusive from Bethesda, and they might be okay.
Yeah,
they might.
They
be
need
able to
it.
make it happen.
They need a couple. They need a couple wins.
Yes.
I do feel like they're just it's not that far. It's not out of reach. If they can get 2 or 3 wins in a row,
agree.
They'll be right there.
Yeah,
they're right there with
like,
people's minds again.
They want to crest over that mountain.
Yeah.
They're trying so hard. They're like right there. They're running on low. They need to eat a freaking power bar, figure out those wins, and get over there.
Yeah, if they can just get a couple really good games out, people will be right back on.
I agree. And I think I have faith that I think that they will, and I think that Game Pass will help them pull the anchor up, too. So, but they're not out of the freaking tomb they dug themselves in 2013.
Checking in over at Gaming for Guru, bit.ly.com/Gaming for Guru, capital G's, capital F. $18,750. We're still there, guys. We're $250 away. I don't know. There's nothing else that I can do to ask you to donate. But look, if there's $250. Look, we are streaming until midnight. We have 22 minutes left.
22 minutes. But also, you can, if you're listening to this after the fact, you can still donate and because
you can. I selfishly want to see it before we close. That would just be the perfect way to end this stream. If I could do it myself, I would.
I'm not good enough for you?
I've sold my 3DS plates.
That's...
I've raised the money. We've donated our Patreon funds. I've done everything I can do.
Hell of a move, man.
But I would love to nothing more to see us reach that goal. If you can go out there, even if you can't, if you could retweet it, if you could share the link, let people know, use the hashtag, let them know. We're $250 away. That's it.
Donnie's all in here.
It's an original Wii.
He's been doing this all day. God, that was, boy. Donnie, what were your favorite Xbox One games?
That's a great question. Because
I've been thinking about this one since I read these notes.
Contrary to popular belief, there are some excellent games on Xbox One.
I think so.
And
on the One.
By far, I think the best published Xbox game of the last 10 years is Ori and the Will of the Wisp.
I knew that this was going to be your answer.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree.
That's why I get it out of the way.
Both Ori games are exceptional video games.
Yep.
And a good call from Microsoft, instead of trying to Kamiko again and make their own, to put a absolutely gorgeous, heartfelt, delightful platformer on their box. Or two.
I'm going to get to more, and I definitely want to hear yours too, but it just dawned on me that we didn't talk about 900p.
Oh God,
that was such a thing.
Resolution drama.
That was
happened.
A big deal when it came out. Everybody was like, "Power matters, 1080p versus 900p," and now we still get it from Digital Foundry, but it's not the same.
Because the TVs are up-resing everything anyway. Because we have to grow as a people.
Okay.
On this. I think we're at the point at this point that we're in diminishing returns territory here. We're talking about what human eyes can process.
And you're right. 1080p was a big jump from where we were.
Yes. This 4K stuff is not as big of a jump as...
Yeah, because we had HD, but it was like 720p. It wasn't HD.
Or it was 1080 interlaced for a while.
Like that full 1080. Remember like those first initial games we saw and we were like, Rise, Son of Rome looked awesome.
I feel like, and I spent a lot of time in college. I was a signals processing person in college. There's a lot of conversations about what human eyes can actually process and how much resolution we can actually take in and how much worse it gets as we get older. And there is a point of diminishing returns. I'm not necessarily saying the jump to 4K is like a completely diminished return, but that arc is slowing and flattening. And that's why this is going to become less and less of a conversation. This is going to become more about what can you do with the frames now.
Yeah.
And how smooth can you make it, and how not buggy can you make it? What
AI can you make? How can you make the world feel alive? Yes. That type of stuff.
As soon as you start to plateau on sound processing, how human ears hear sound and how human eyes see visuals, like you're at a point now where you're going to have to solve the hard problems. AI is a hard problem to solve. Mm-hmm. So, and making it feel real, like people. It's a hard problem to solve. But I do remember, the arguments over what the PS3 could output, the PS4 could output versus the Xbox One. Oh God,
that mattered to me.
Did it matter to
That's
you?
a big reason why I jumped, because I was like, it wasn't because I was the person that was like, Rise looks great. And they're like, it's only 900p. I'm like, still looks amazing. But I'm that Nintendo player. It's not necessarily just the number. I'm not about the stat, right? I'm all about the game. The game looks great. It looks great. But to me, it was the value. Why am I paying $100 more for a box that does less? That hurts me so much more than like anything else that they can do.
That was probably putting the Kinect in the box and forcing it was the biggest mistake to make that and having that big jump in price. It was such a big mistake. It was a huge mistake. I will say to me that jump in resolution sometimes did not matter as much as which controller I was holding. The physical connection to the interface is a bigger deal for me personally. I can't abide.
I floated between controls. I think I've talked about this a lot. Like, I have a preference. I prefer the offset stick, but I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I would never choose to play something because of that.
I find the DualShock 4 uncomfortable just for the way my hands are and like how long my fingers are, and I hate that slip off the triggers on the back of that controller so much. Like, it bothers me. I would pop them by accident because my finger would slide,
Sure.
So for me, like, that was a big deal. I want to hold that controller. If the game runs well enough and the resolution difference isn't enough for me to notice, I would prefer to hold that controller. So, all right, what else we got for video games? Favorite video games?
Gears 4 I love, and I love it more than Gears 5 for just campaign and story and narrative reasons. Not because of performance, not because of the epic and amazing performance and optimization that Gears 5 has, because it deserves respect for that. I feel like too many people gloss over how great Gears 5 is. It is 4K 60.
It's beautiful.
Flawlessly.
It's beautiful.
It is incredible.
I agree with you. I think the open world in Gears 5 did it a disservice.
When we see Cyberpunk, and I'm just not beating Cyberpunk, it's just the first game came to mind, but we see all of these games that resolution dips and it does 30 and it doesn't do this, and it's like Gears 5 is doing everything. It's it's
beautiful, and it's impressive, and it's still impressive even on new hardware. It's more impressive on new hardware. It's a
showcase that like you can have it all. Absolutely. You can have resolution and performance, and it can be beautiful, and it's like, why didn't every game do this?
But the problem, I agree with you that I like Gears 4 better because I think Gears 4 was tighter. The problem that I have with 5 is that open space, like the open worldy type sections, were empty. And I just didn't want to interact with it. I wanted to be through it as quick as I could.
Yeah, I can understand that.
4 has an exceptional campaign.
For the whole new arrival, the new Gears, and I know like the DBs suck and all that, and I don't like that either, but the transition that it goes from what I thought of Gears to what Gears is at the end of Gears 4, I was so on board. And I thought they pulled that off so well. So much better than I remember reviews talking about.
Yeah.
I remember a lot of reviews being like, it's Gears. And I'm like, this isn't Gears at all. This is a totally new Gears. Like, it's completely different. Like, it's not meathead. Like, the story has weight. It's invested into all this lore. It's retroactive, but in the best way, like not in a cheap way. They didn't change what you knew. It's like this whole other side story, but it all fits into everything that you knew. Like, the writing was very well done. It was like wise for the story that they were telling with Kate and her mom. And I was like, they relaunched Gears, and I was all in again.
Yeah. It's funny because Gears 4 had to win me over.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I was hesitant. I wasn't on board when they first announced it.
I didn't like Judgment. And that was what was that prequel type that was in between. And I was like, I think I'm done. I loved the way Gears 3 ended. And I was like, I'm done. I'm fine. And then Judgment came out. And I'm like, see, this is why I was fine. So when I came into 4, I was ready to not want to play it.
And I had like the girl protagonist, and it was like doing like, I've said it a lot. I think that's a tropey thing of this generation, and I don't think it's cheap. I think it's warranted, if anything else. But it is a trend. It's a trendy thing that we've done this generation.
I would not use the word trope or trend. I would use the word equality, man.
Oh no.
Freaking male protagonist for so many years that we're catching up.
Like I said, it was warranted. It needed to happen.
Yeah.
But you can't not say that, like, everything did it. It felt like everything was doing it, right?
I think everything finally just said, yeah, maybe we should try something.
Yeah, of course.
Different. And they all did it at the same time, and I get how you feel about it, but I think it was maybe
And
necessary.
I was never against it.
Sure.
Right? I'm trying to walk the line.
Saying.
I'm just pointing it out. There were a lot of things when you first saw that trailer. If you played Gears 1, 2, and 3, you were like,
nope.
What are they doing to Gears?
Yeah.
This isn't Gears, right? And then when it came out and they're like, it's Gears, you're going to shoot stuff. And then you get into it in the story and it's like, this is a whole new universe of Gears. This is a whole new thing. And
I think, yes.
For me to be that invested after one game with the history that I have with the franchise, I think is a huge success. And I loved it. And Gears 5 didn't do nearly as much in that regard, which is what I will always hold Gears to, because Gears to me is a campaign. I've told you, it's Uncharted, it's a campaign game.
I agree.
So I'm stoked for 6. I can't wait to see where we go. But Gears 4 is the linchpin. Without it,
this is the same conversation I have about a lot of trilogies. That second game is a carryover.
Yeah.
It's meant to bridge you. It's a bridge game. And that's okay. And 5 is a great bridge game. It's a great game.
Great game.
But for a game to win me back by the end of it, like I came into Gears 4 like, I'm going to play the Gears game because I played all the other Gears games, but I think I'm done. And then by the end of it, be like, now I need to know where
the thing that I remember most from Gears 4 is the moonlight.
Yes.
In so many of those games and so many of those levels, you have the moonlight. You have the moonlight in the village. You have the moonlight in Marcus's house. You have the moonlight over his mom's grave. The moonlight when you're on that, like, is it like a motorcycle and you're like running with the helicopters and stuff?
Was
like
good.
Like there are so many moments like that in Gears. Gears 4, you know what? Here's what I'll say. Gears 4 had touching, sentimental moments, and I never had that in Gears. Like very rarely. It was just a lot of like, unless somebody was dying, right?
Gross stuff.
But it's not even, they're not even dying. Like these are just good moments.
Oh, the tomatoes. I will never forget the tomatoes. My freaking tomatoes. That was one of my favorite lines. I say that every time I cut tomatoes and they're not good now. And my husband's like, really? And I'm like, I can't stop.
I really loved Gears 4.
It's a great game.
That's a top one for me.
I will see your Gears and raise you Forza Horizon 3.
Yeah.
Because I think that might be my favorite Xbox One game, hands down. Not 4. 4 is great. 3.
3 is better.
Forza Horizon 3 is, might be one of my favorite racing games.
Were you always a Forza player?
No, I bought Motorsport. I tried to play Gran Turismo. I bought the games because I love cars, right? But I couldn't. They were so clinical. That's the word I would use for both Forza Motorsport and Gran Turismo.
That's why I never got into it. I don't know what the hell a spoiler does and the brakes and the density. I'm like,
and the interface would walk you through it, but you really had to want
time for this mess.
And you could auto tune. It just wasn't. But Horizon.
Some of the auto tunes I can't even understand.
Here's the deal. One of my favorite Xbox 360 games was Test Drive Unlimited. Test Drive Unlimited lets you get in a car and cruise around Hawaii and chill. And just chill. And if you wanted to take missions as you went, you took them. And if you didn't, you didn't. And Test Drive 2 wasn't great. Unlimited 2. And I wanted that experience again. And Forza Horizon 3 gave me back that I'm just going to drive in my car and chill, and maybe I'll do a race when I feel like it. I'm going to go explore the roads. I'm going to go find stuff. It's special. Yeah. Very, very special.
My story with this is I'm the opposite of you. Never really played racing games.
Fair enough.
Played Midnight Club. I remember that one.
A Burnout. Those games are fun.
Didn't even really get into Burnout. Yeah. I never really did racing games. Nathan, this is what year did 3 come out?
That's a hard question for me to answer because time is a flat circle. You keep talking.
Okay. I had my Xbox and Nathan was like, you've got to get this game. And I was like, dude, I don't do cars. And he's like, it's the best game. I'm like, that's impossible. And I just never did. He's like, Donnie, you've got to get it. And my thing is I don't like racing, right? It's just one of those things. I just don't race. If it's not Mario Kart, I ain't racing. And I only like, so that I was about to say, that sounds about right. It's about at the right time. And Nathan goes, just try it. And here's the thing. The review cycle came out for it, and it's getting like near perfect review scores.
Yeah. Because it was.
People are like 9.8, 10 out of 10. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Their best game is a car game. The same game that they bring out on stage and they put the Ferrari out there. This can't be the case. And then I get it. I cave to hype, as I do, eat the hype. I cave to hype. I get the game and I start playing. And I'm playing with Coach Mo. And he starts telling me about the game. And he's like, he's racing and stuff. And I'm like, he's like, you don't have to do this.
No, you
And
just
he's
drive
like,
around.
he's like, do you see that board? He's like, you could just hit those. And then he starts telling me like about the map and stuff. He's like, there's ramps. And then he goes, there are secret cars that you can find. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, like secret cars you can get, and you get more cars and you can like outfit those cars. And he sets me off into this world and I never came back. I played this game religiously for weeks.
I liked the Horizon series before this one, right? But there was something about this one.
And this was the first one I ever played was Forza
This was the
Horizon
right
3.
one. And 4 is a great video game. I want to be very clear. But 4 was not special like this one is special. And I don't know what it was about it. The combination of the setting, the track list in this thing for people who love like electronic music is amazing.
Yeah, that was another thing that got me.
Like I'm an electronic
Pulse
music
radio.
Freaking
love it.
Turn it up. I am a huge EDM fan. I have been.
I have it all. I have the Forza playlist in my YouTube music player.
There are a couple of tracks from that playlist that I was already spinning in headphones on playlists, and I was like, "Oh, they know me." It's like they know me. It took all the good stuff from Burnout that I wanted. It took the test drive experience of just cruising through streets, and then it layered over top this festival like rave vibe. And I was like, "What? They made a video game just for me. They made it for me."
It's the funniest thing that I still don't think I like racing games. Horizon's the only one that I play. Yeah. I think it's the best racing game I've ever played. And here's the thing. I don't race in it. That's what I tell people. I'm like, I don't race. Me and Jack have played Forza Horizon 3 and 4 for like 50 hours. Our map is littered with races. I wish I could hide them. It's not what we do. We don't play that game.
I love the showcase events. And I love how much stupider they've gotten.
Yes.
I'm racing.
The Lego stuff. The Hot Wheels stuff.
Hot Wheels stuff.
Oh, it was so good.
So I remember my husband coming down when I was playing. I don't remember if it was 3 or 4. They kind of run together a little, but I was racing against a plane. Straight up racing a plane. And he goes, "What are you racing? There's no other cars." I'm like, "The plane." And he goes, "What jet?" And I was like, and he flies over and he goes, "This is the stupidest video game."
You do the train.
The train, and he slowly just sits down next to me and he's like, "This video game is very stupid," but he's like there.
It feels great. And I think it's like that rewind mechanic makes me feel, it feels approachable to me. Like I don't feel like I'm suck at it like I do in Turismo. Yeah. Like, I suck at Turismo. I'm like, I can't play this. I'm not any good.
And that mechanic was in Motorsport as well. And I think it's one of the smartest things that racing games have done. Like it sucks to race for like 6 hours and botch it. Like give me one chance. Yeah. And people do a lot of that. Like, it's just, this was like just right. It had the same exact feeling that I had playing Test Drive Unlimited, where I would just drive through these streets just to discover all the streets for like hours. And it's probably my favorite Xbox One game. I don't think it can be unseated. It's perfect.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I do think it's perfect. I would give it a 10 out of 10, and I absolutely loved it. And like I said, we don't race. We collect all the cars, we break all the boards, we do all the jumps, we do all the drifts. There's so much to do in that game that isn't racing. That it's astonishing to people if they don't know any better. Like they'd never know because it's a racing game and that's all you ever see them do. And it's like, there's so much more to do.
And Horizon 4 is still excellent and all that stuff is still there. Like I said, for me, that this was just the one that was special. Really, really special because
Rand predicted that they're going to bring Hot Wheels to Forza Horizon 4.
Isn't the Lego stuff in 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the Lego stuff more than Hot Wheels stuff personally.
I like them both for different reasons.
They are different. They're very different.
They're very different.
I like Lego World. That was really cool. Like World Town and everything. You smash all the bricks.
But the Hot Wheels stuff is so silly. It's like, ooh.
Oh, it's nuts. You're going up and down, upside down and stuff.
It's so much fun. Like it just kind of doesn't get better for me than like a car racing game that brings racing people who hate racing out. I think we hit $19,000 on our donations.
No way.
I think you should check.
Oh, we did! Oh my gosh! With 5 minutes to go!
Let's go.
Leon Chin with $250 6 minutes ago. Oh my God.
If you're listening to this after the fact, you can still donate.
Please still donate. You can still win our Xbox Series S. I was going to bring the box down and put it up, and I completely forgot.
This is a very warm moment.
It's been a really long day for me.
Recorded. So I just came in here for 2 hours on a Sunday, all fresh and beautiful. Donnie's been at this all damn day, and has been organizing and helping plan from the PSVG side for like weeks. My
app at work crashed, or county crashed. I've been jumping on conference calls in between streams. I've been doing texts and emails while we're streaming. On Shaq, the stream failed. It's been just one of those days, and
he needed to have this moment it needed to be recorded so Donnie could have his oh shit moment.
Wow.
And so if you're listening to this after the fact, I realize
so
it's not
much.
the moment. There it is.
Man.
We did a good thing. Let's go.
You guys are making me cry.
Oh, don't cry. I don't know what to do with crying men. I only know what to do with crying women.
Jesus. No, it is like kind of a relief. Like it just, I know, like I said, I told you earlier, and I know it's dumb, but it's just how I think of things. Like I really, like you don't want to like not be the team that shows up,
Sure.
Like everybody was doing so good, and it kind of made me, scared. It's just like I want to show up for Bobby and Sean, and I want to be there like the Nintendo dads and everybody else. And man,
look, like we don't sit here and do podcasts because we want to make $1 million. We sit here and do podcasts because of moments like this where we can give back to people in a community who sit here with us, right? Like we did this as a group, and we did all of us did some part of this, and we did this because we love the people and we love doing this. We didn't do this because we make some sort of money. We love this, and we love the people who are in this sphere. So I'm really glad to be here for that. Like I'm gonna cry. I don't want to cry on the camera.
I'm sorry. That's so me. Often. It's been a long day. It's been it's been a long week for me. I told this earlier. We're doing the vaccines and stuff at work, and I don't mean to turn this into like a therapy session, but like it's almost like coincidental or fortuitous that we had to delay the podcast, because if we didn't have the podcast today on Sunday, I don't think I would have made them earlier this week.
Yeah.
Like that's been that week for me. It's been go. Like I'm gonna be working all day tomorrow. It's a holiday. Like that's just where we are right now. And today was the day, and like I actually had to trade 2 shifts next week to be here today because we were activated downtown today, and my boss was like, I need you there. I was like, I can't. I've been doing this all month long. I've been preparing for this. Like, you can't take me off of this. And like, I just wanted to do a good job. Like Sean was asleep, and a big part of me like was just trying to like be Sean when Sean wasn't here. So I was trying to make sure we were hosting everybody and make sure we were tweeting everybody and tweeting Joe after work and tweeting Quest for Pixels and, shouting out people that were donating and like trying to keep it going, like build some hype.
Well,
Sean's so good at that.
We did that. We did that as a whole sphere of communities for all these different podcasts, and we all bicker about nonsense, right? And we all start crap with each other all the time. And for one moment, we channeled our collective stubbornness into the right damn thing. And I think
some good in the world.
Yeah, look at that. Don't let it go to your heads. We'll screw it up in a week. I'm sure I'll say something stupid. But today was this makes my heart happy. I'm glad that we could do this, and I'm glad to be a part of this. And I'm going to get all teary-eyed. Oh.
Yeah. This is great.
That's your good vibes. That's your good vibes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so glad someone clipped that. Thank you.
Did they really?
Yeah, your reaction. Becca clipped your reaction. It was good. Yeah. Thanks.
Wow.
Yeah,
I haven't even looked at Twitter yet or anything like that.
Well, we can deal with that. Let's wrap up our retrospective on this beautiful Xbox One generation and close this thing out, because you've got to be exhausted. And I'm tired.
I feel bad saying that I am, because Sean went 24 hours. Like that's we pale in what considering what Sean did, but I am
I'm
tired.
only here for 2 hours and I'm tired. So you all are heroes.
I'm tired. It's been a long day.
Yeah. Do you have any other games from the Xbox One generation that you think deserve special mention before we get out of here?
Yeah, I do. There's some amazing games. We didn't talk about third-party games and stuff like that, and but it's weird because like I wouldn't call them like I don't think Hellblade's synonymous with Xbox One.
No, I agree.
It was exclusive to PS4 for a year.
This is where I struggled with a lot of that, because like when I sit here and think about games of a generation, but I think about games I just played on the Xbox One. Like the Assassin's
I think of things that are synonymous with the box. Like I think Inside, Cuphead.
Oh, hell yeah. Yep. I mean, Minecraft in a lot of ways by the end of the console generation.
Yeah.
It's become like a fixture in my home, and it's an Xbox game now, whether or not you want to think of it that way.
Minecraft Dungeons.
Forza and Gears for me are hallmark video games. They're the ones that
Forza, Gears, and Ori really paid dividends for Xbox this generation, where they didn't have Halo and they lost a lot of projects. I'm trying to look at some lists to see if there's something that I'm forgetting. Like there's got to be like a big, glowing, glaring game that I'm missing.
That we're forgetting. I think, and a lot of people will use this moment as like, see, Microsoft has no games. And like,
oh God, Sea of Thieves. It's not a game for me. But
no, but it was a big deal.
It's a huge game.
It was a huge,
millions and millions. It kicked off Game Pass.
Yeah.
You remember that? It was the first game.
Oh crap! It was.
They were like, we're doing day and date games, beginning with Sea of Thieves. Everybody gets it.
That's right. I had forgotten.
That's huge.
That. It's not a me game either.
That was huge.
So I blocked that one out too.
That was big.
For me, it's not. It's a cornerstone moment, and it's an important game, but it isn't one of my favorite games. Like, it would never.
I'm the same. It's not for me either. But
the Ori, Forza, and Gears trifecta is like defining of a generation for me.
Yeah.
Of Xbox specifically, not Halo, not those 3 games.
You know, Far Cry 5 is for me on Xbox because of just how great it was on Xbox One X, and how crazy Xbox One X was. They launched this new console with all the power with no games.
Yeah. They just
remember,
said, hey,
there's like, here's a new box and it plays all your games better. And I remember, I don't know if you feel the same. When I got my Xbox One X, I started buying a bunch of old games because they started enhancing them.
I did that
so
too.
I was like buying Mafia 3, which I never wanted to play, but I bought it for $6 because they were like, it's in 4K, 60 frames a second. And I was like, I want to see that. And I started playing stuff.
I traded PS4 games over and decided the version I wanted to take forward was the version that was probably going to work on my next console. I was, hedging my bets. But I think Assassin's Creed Odyssey was one of those games for me that I played so many. I held that controller for so many hours. And The Witcher 3, I replayed The Witcher 3, I think, because I had played it on PC, on console with the Xbox version, I believe. I've played that game a lot of times, though. That almost doesn't count at this point in my life.
I did Doom on Xbox.
I absolutely did.
Battlefield 5. Titanfall feels very Xbox.
What did Titanfall 2 come out on other consoles?
Yes.
It did, right?
Yeah, no, yeah. It was the first one was exclusive.
That's right. It wasn't the second one. Titanfall 2's campaign is one of my favorite shooter campaigns of all time.
Yeah.
I played it on Xbox, but it's a generation-defining campaign for me, actually, weirdly enough. It's hard to have a conversation at this point in video games about like games specific to consoles when they aren't Nintendo and Sony. And I realize that that's a lot of fuel to the fire for a lot of people, but it's just the way that it is.
Oh, you know and it's only that way for a short time because there's about to be a lot more games.
Yeah, I think that Microsoft is still, and we've discussed it to death, they're still fixing that problem. But
they are fixing it.
They are fixing it.
Yep.
And by the One X, I was not buying anything multi-console for PlayStation.
No, I'm the same. I was playing, when I got the One X, I was playing everything on One X, all of my games. By the time I got Game Pass, it really sapped up. I've said this a bunch. Game Pass is incredible because, and I think this is Damon Baker. Is that a guy? That's a guy, right? Damon Baker.
Name sounds familiar. Look,
he used to run the indie program for Nintendo.
Yes.
He now runs indie. He works at ID at Xbox, and I don't think it's a coincidence. I'm not trying to give him all the credit. I'm sure there's lots of people that are doing it, but it's astonishing how Nintendo highlights these indie games that they want to be on Switch that always hit Game Pass. Yes. And that cannot be a coincidence.
No, it's absolutely not.
And it's like a big portion of my money spent on Switch has been siphoned off to Game Pass because it's like, I'm going to play all these indies on Xbox now. And Xbox has become my like indie machine where Switch and Wii U was my indie machine forever.
I so often play it on Game Pass, and if I really fall in love with it, like Crosscode is a really good example.
I buy it on Switch.
Switch physical copy to have the box. I do the same thing. I'm a monster. I'm a nightmare human being. My husband's like,
spoilers for this. For when we get back on schedule this week, I beat Scott Pilgrim because I love that game.
And you
bought it on Xbox. Bought the collector's edition on Switch.
I do this all the time. Like I play a lot of indies on Xbox because they're free. I get them with Game Pass. And then I go and buy a physical copy on Switch from Limited Run. I get this with like Blasphemous is a really good example. I don't know that one's on Game Pass, but it's like I do this constantly. I'm a nightmare. I'm a monster. And I love it.
And that's, I've said it before, but that's a big, for me, I play a lot of indie games, or at least I think I do. I think I do. And it's a big part of my like daily playing. It's a big part of my month to month between big AAA releases. I'm doing a lot of indie games.
Same, 100%.
So Game Pass, honestly, just for that, if they took out the day and date titles, Game Pass is worth it for me. just because of the indie games. I'm making a killing off of their indie offering.
I get to play stuff that I might scroll past in Steam or wait for a sale pretty quick and at release. And then I fall in love with a lot of
Super Hot Mind Control Delete today. That's a $30 purchase.
It's so good.
That I'm just playing.
But I do this with tons of indie stuff like that. I would never stuff that I would look at and be like, I don't know. And then I'm like, well, it's free. It's there. I'm just going to try it. Yeah.
They've changed my buying behavior that the games will be announced and I'll go, yes. I'll wait for that to hit Game Pass.
I'll wait for that to go to Game Pass. I do the thing, which I never used to do with video games. I do the Netflix thing. I don't know what to do next, so I go to the Game Pass thing and scroll through and I look for a pretty picture that I want to play.
And the craziest thing that they're doing now is they keep getting all these games that are exclusive to other platforms. And then when they finally come to Xbox a year later, they're in Game Pass.
Oh, absolutely.
Like Dragon Quest, like Yakuza.
That's crazy.
And here's Dragon the thing, though. I'm just playing them on Xbox then. It's yes. I was actually thinking about this exact thing. They've taken a weakness. So like last generation, right? We were talking about last generation. Last generation, if you sold the most consoles, you had a leg up in getting exclusives. You could go 100%. To these people and go like, we have more people to play. Xbox has taken, they've turned a weakness into a strength. They're like, well, yeah, PlayStation has more users, but we have 20 million active players that buy DLC, this Game Pass thing, and we've got numbers to prove it. When you put your game in Game Pass, it sells more PlayStation copies, and we've got numbers to prove it. It's like this. It's the craziest thing. It's a weakness. They're like, we don't need to sell 100 million consoles to make this worth to you because we have these 20 million people that love to play games. And if you put your game over here and we put it in Game Pass, you're going to make more money.
People will play, and because they cut great deals with those.
And it doesn't make any sense.
It does.
To the gamer, like to the people, it's been years now, and how many people are like, how are they making money off of Game Pass? And it's because Game Pass is a marketing tool. It makes so much noise because you get these hardcore, devout gamers that play the game. They start talking about the game. They start sharing game. Hyperdot is my example. Hyperdot's in Game Pass. It's this little indie game that I adore. It is amazing. I will buy the game on any platform that it comes out to because I love the game that much. And it's because of Game Pass. And if you buy it and get it and play it in Game Pass, like you'll see it. And it's because I'm talking about it on my podcast and other people are talking about their podcasts. Other people start sharing it. Like it gets that snowball.
It becomes, like I said, it becomes the Netflix effect. I don't know what to play. I don't want to deal with any of these starting any of these AAA games. I'm going to scroll through the Game Pass catalog.
Yeah, it's just a curated thing.
And I scroll through my Netflix, like suggested for you, and I scroll through Game Pass the same way. You said suggested for you.
I was going to say, because I just recently watched the last Blockbuster documentary, which is a really good little watch.
It is good.
And they had the little shelf that was like the staff picks.
It gets weird.
That's what Game Pass is. It's like
it is. This is my exact point.
Do you know how much I would love if Game Pass had a little tab that was like Phil's Corner? Oh my god!
Tell me what Phil Spencer is playing. That's not creepy, is it?
No,
yeah, it's a little creepy. It's fine. But I would love to know what I would love to have curated by Phil Spencer. You know, or like Steam does this. They curate lists from certain people.
Yeah, but those are like genre tags.
Yeah.
Whereas Game Pass is like, I think there's 500 games in Game Pass by now.
It's a lot.
You remember they were like 100. We'll do 100, just 100. And it was like, I remember like at one point they added a few games and it was like, there are 109 games.
Well,
something's got to be leaving soon.
Right. We all thought they were going to cycle games out to stop the 100. It would always be 100. And they're just like, how about we'll just keep
adding more.
The service has become like the I don't know what to play, scroll, and it's the Netflix flip of suggested for you. And it's like one of my favorite things to do when I just don't know what to play. And sometimes I don't stick with that game, but I don't feel bad about not sticking with that game because I didn't buy a $60 game. I paid for Game Pass. I didn't like it. We move on to the next thing, and it's fine. It actually has made me.
And don't you love when you don't feel bad about quitting a game because you didn't pay for you don't have.
I had the guilt. I had a hard time with that. I paid for it. I want to finish what I started.
$60. There was a night out. There was a day at the movies. There was a dinner with the family. That's not an insignificant amount of money.
I used to do this with books and movies too. And what I've discovered is like Game Pass is really more of an enabler of me doing the thing I should be doing, which is play the things you love to play. Play the things you want to play. Stick with the games that make you happy. And Game Pass makes that easy. It's easy. So
we were supposed to stop at midnight.
Oh, we can stop anytime we want. We're not going to do questions this week. Here's what we're going to do.
We're $19,200.
Donnie's actually gonna blow a gasket, and he needs to sleep.
We can do 20.
We're gonna do questions next week along with what we're playing because both of us are tired. Donnie looks like he might actually burst into physical flames right now, and also because this show has actually gone on long for us. We're chatty. Oh, now that's infectious too. Crying and yawning.
Yeah, and you know what? One of the fun things about this show is I didn't hit record before we started streaming, so I will have to pull the video down and cut the Empire part out of it, and then edit from there. It'll be a fun day.
You know what? I love you for all you do. Really, you get a lot of credit because I don't have to. That would stress me out. You're just like, whatever.
I did it earlier today. Like Shaq and Game Tech was the same way. They're already out. I got them out.
You're a hero. That's why. I think this did this wrap up our retrospective? Did this tie up?
I think this is I'm really proud of this episode.
This is a great episode. Yeah. I had fun. Mm-hmm. Before we sign off, let me give a shout out to our Patreon producers because I haven't forgotten about you guys. It's just that I need to put my reading glasses on because this text size is too small. There we go. Shout out to all the folks who are supporting us at the producer level on Patreon. Michael Masick, Barry Cathcart, Edwin Callow, Nick Creature, Rude Days 93, Ben Moxham, Rob Emanuel, Nick Fallhaber, Paul Calicote, Kyle Heyman, Chris M, Devin Tyus, Josh Bourbon, and Grouchy Surge. And just like, thank you to everybody for listening to the show, for retweeting the tweets, for donating if you did, for blasting it out there if you couldn't donate. Like, just, you guys you make the dream work, man. Everybody who listens to the show and supports it makes the dream work. We're here for you. And because of you. I think that's going to do it, man.
It's going to do it. 12:13 in the morning. We did it.
We'll be back to our normal schedule starting this coming Wednesday. You can't get rid of us. We're still here. So until later this week, play some video games in the meantime, y'all.
Peace, folks.
Bye.